What's going on, my people? This your boy Kenny, man. I'm back one time for your mind. Let's get into this real quick, people. Um, I was watching the brother Nick watch his little interview, and he talked about the situation, um, about what he had said about the Jewish community, and they got offended, they got upset, and like I said, man, I don't listen. I wish people would be just as much as offended of what Nick said. They thought it was anti-Semitic or offensive. Then when we hear this dude Ron Johnson says a lot of the horrible shit that he says, and a lot of the people from the Republican Party, I believe. Listen, if you can't criticize the Jewish community and maybe be a little harsh on some things, they could take it as being anti-Semitic. Um, if you continue to go around and keep saying that Black Lives Matter is a fucking terrorist group, then I'm gonna start to say that's offensive. That's anti-Semitic, because we know that. So let me break this down. So what's offensive is an anti-Semitic is usually that somebody is hateful, saying something that's hurtful, right? That seems hateful, right? And at the same time, it's a lie. That's what anti-Semitic means, right? So when these lawmakers and others like them roam around and continue to go out and say Black Lives Matter is a terrorist group and they hate America and all this other type of shit, we can take that as hate. We can take that as being anti-Semitic, because we know that, number one, it's not true. And as a black community, we can say what we feel that is offensive to us. So I feel offended anytime I hear anybody that says that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist group. I'm offended by that as a black person, right? I have the right to do that. That's what anti-Semitic is, right? You're offended by something, and what the person is saying is a lie. So that's what makes it anti-Semitic, and it can lead to people bringing harm to you, because lies and words matter. So from now on, black people should call anybody that says that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist group, we should start calling them anti-Semitic. Because let me just explain something to you. Let's just say the brother Nick said what he said, and we're gonna say this. The brother Nick said what he said, right? And Nick Cannon's history of him, who he is, we're not going to say as a black person. We're going to say as a person, as Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon has never been racist to anybody else. You never have heard Nick Cannon say anything or bring harm to anybody or trying to hurt anybody with his words of hurting another race of people. We know that for a fact. That's a fact, right? So everybody went on this crusade of people that ain't black, and some people that are black that are maybe, whatever the situation is. What's going on, LT? Black people that may want to do what the white America does, right? Because like I said, we got to break this shit down simply. It's not complicated. The problem with America is that they try to run game on you when to be offensive and when not to be offensive. right? I mean, be offended, right? When they try to manipulate that. Listen, it's nothing in Nick's background that said this man is anti-Semitic or racist. He haven't said anything like that. So let's just say this situation, that what he said was right, anti-Semitic and racist. We know that his intent wasn't to be racist. We know that it wasn't his intent to insult the Jewish community, because we only can go by his history. Because let's just be very honest about this. We don't know what's in Nick's heart. We don't know what Nick is thinking, but we know his character. And we know his character because didn't I tell you to get in the bed? Don't come back down here no more, Kanaya. You come back down here, I'm going to put you on punishment. Because you've been supposed to take a nap 2 hours ago. So, but we know the history of Nick's behavior and how he treats others and the things that he has said out of his mouth. So we know Nick from that. We know his character. But we don't know what's in Nick's heart or in his head. We don't know what he was thinking at the time he said what he said. So, but we can assume from knowing his history that he didn't most likely mean any harm of trying to insult the whole Jewish community or offend them. So we know that. So now the brother Nick had to go on a fucking 6-month to a year tour of apologizing, and somehow, some way, listen, we all need to educate ourselves on other people's histories and shit like that. But let me break something down, because I was highly offended from the View today. And I mean this, other than maybe the two black women, I wasn't offended by, because they made plenty of fucking sense. But you got white women up here borderline, okay, yeah, we're proud of Nick for doing the work and doing what he's doing, but still throwing jabs at him. If you're going to forgive him, forgive him. If you're not, shut the fuck up. This is the real reason why I don't think Nick should have just apologized one time and that was it. He shouldn't have never kept going around and trying to get people to understand that I didn't mean any harm by that. Listen, man, listen, if I tell you once, if my character shows that I'm not that type of person to be racist or anti-Semitic or look, anybody can say anything to offend anybody, right? But is my character shows that that's always my intent of what I do, of trying to hurt you with words that comes out of my mouth. If that's my intent, you know what I mean? If I'm intending to do that all the time. So you had Joy, Sir, and of course Meghan McCain with her fucking bullshit. That, like I said, this woman should not be on TV. And I mean that shit. And like I said, this is not cancel culture. This has come to the point that where we're having too many people on a national platform. Listen, I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me. But when you have people intentionally stirring up trouble, intentionally lying, making up shit, it's a problem for the country. It's a problem for the country. But we know that America is based on a lie. So are we, like, a lot of times, are we shocked that we in 2021 and all we see is people lying about history, lying about incidents that's recent that happened? Are we shocked? The country was based on lying, a lie. The first thing they read to you when you read in a history book is they tell you that Christopher Columbus discovered America. A lie. That's what they start the history of this country off of. A fucking bull-faced lie. But let's get back to the brother Nick. So these women sat on national TV was saying, yes, he's educated, so he should know better not to say these things. Let me just say this to you. I don't give a fuck how educated you are. You're not right about everything. I don't give a fuck how much you travel around the country, around the world. Doesn't make you better than anybody else, and doesn't make you perfect, and you're going to know every little thing that maybe offends other people. Listen, it's certain shit in my household that people come in and may not know the rules of certain shit in my house that could offend me, but they don't know that. It's my choice not to ridicule you if you don't know something that could offend me. See, this whole notion, the one thing I want to make this very, very clear to all different races of people out here. Stop pretending like black people in this country ain't the most forgiving people in this country. We are. Our ancestors been through slavery in this country, and we still forgave white folks. Still to this day. You do harmful and racist shit, and then you apologize because now you're not apologizing because you hurt me, you offended me, you assaulted me. You apologize because now you can get in trouble for doing these things. Not all of you, but they know who I'm talking about. And black people, time and time again, will forgive them. So stop pretending that black people, and this is the problem I'm having. I don't like how we're being portrayed on national platforms. Like we owe you more than what we should give you. You haven't gave black people what the fuck we deserve, but you want us to bow down, kiss the ring if we make a mistake. And I'm not saying we get off from making bad decisions and making mistakes, but don't try to ridicule us like our mistakes is worse than yours. Because that's what it seems to me. You got fucking senators that's leaders that's bigger than Nick, being anti-Semitic and racist to black people, saying it out his mouth. And he's not getting ridiculed and gotta go around on a fucking apology. Because you know why? He's backed by corporations that keep donating money to him so he can continue to roam around and say racist shit. So he don't have to apologize. But Nick worked for the same corporations that's most likely giving money to that same racist piece of shit, Ron Johnson, and the rest of the Republican Party, Congress people. But he goes around and he got to apologize to all the fucking Jews around the fucking world to show that he's not racist. When in his character as a man, fuck him being black, as a man, as a person, it ain't in his character to hurt or be racist or anti-Semitic or try to be offensive to anyone. His history shows that of the person that he is, his character. So the people in the Jewish community, white America, or any other minority, black people don't owe you no more if we make a mistake more than just an apology. That's it. Especially if we didn't get physical with you. Now, if we got physical with you on some shit or something like that, that's different. But words, we apologize. We offended you with words. We're going to try to amend with the words. We don't have to educate ourselves about your fucking history or the Jewish community doing that for black folks. No, they try to compare their shit to ours. That's all they do. We're in the same boat. No, you're not. You're not in the same boat because you're being Jewish is not a race. That's number one. And I'm going to keep saying it over and over again till you Jewish people remember this shit and put it in your psyche. Do not compare your shit to ours. That's like black people going to Germany and telling Jewish German people that, hey, your struggle is the same as ours. No, it's not. I would never say to a Jewish person, family member, or somebody like that was in the Holocaust or their family was in the Holocaust and try to compare what their fucking family went through over here or what my people went through. There's no comparison. They're similar, but there is no comparison. We didn't have hanging black people here. But you had other Jewish people in Germany. Hitler was a fucking Jew and he was hanging you. Your own people. So it's not the same. And then after decades later, you're more comfortable in a country where black people have got oppressed than we are. You have more fucking rights and people look at you way much more different than black people in this country that we built. But you want to compare your shit to ours. There's no comparison. Don't compare your shit to us because I will never try to compare our shit that we've been through in this country to y'all's history. It's similar, but it's no comparison. Now to my brother Nick and other black folks that makes mistakes and maybe says something to offend other races of people. Listen to me. We don't owe nobody no more than a fucking apology. They can accept it or they don't. It's plain and simple. And let me tell you the real reason why these motherfuckers continue to keep getting away with it. Like I said, we can keep blaming them for the fucked up shit they make our people do, but we don't take a stand. When we see these, and I'm going to get to this, but when we see Asian Americans on national TV blaming black people for the anti-Semitic shit and the racist shit towards them of hate crimes going up on black folks, and I explained this the last show, this is not fucking true. We didn't start it. And if it's in some black Negroes out here that sided with Trump but saying that fuck shit, that got these white supremacists amped up, they don't represent the whole black community. They represent a little portion of black people that are fucking sellouts. So they don't speak for us. Just like I wouldn't say that everybody in the Asian community speak for the hateful racist pieces of shit of Asian people. Stop asking black people to do something that you're not willing to do. And stop blaming us for something that had nothing to do with us. I didn't see the Asian community out and about roaring, screaming, and saying, you guys need to stop attacking black women in these nail salons. Men, we're not talking about just Asian women. It was Asian men, grown-ass men putting their hands on women. Black women. I didn't see the Asian community. I didn't see Jeezy little fiance on a reel talking about that shit. I didn't see that bitch doing that. And let me say something to my brother Jeezy. You need to check your hoe. You need to check her. And people say, Kenny, that's offensive calling her hoe. It is what it is. Because I'm sick of motherfuckers and trying to insult my intelligence about reality. Because the reality is, to the Asian community, take a good look in the motherfucking mirror before you start pointing the fucking fingers at us about the hate crimes that's going up around in your communities. First of all, you're in our community selling y'all poison to our people. You're in our community have businesses and don't have the fucking proper respect that you should have for black people. We see it over and over again. The disrespect that they show towards black women in these beauty salons, in these nail salons, where I keep telling black women, stop fucking going. How about you, black boy, all that money you're spending there, how about you take all that money and you get with the sisters in the hood and build your own goddamn, get some real estate and build your own goddamn nail and beauty salon and what's it with the feet and shit. Build your own shit. Build it right. Try to find something that's right close to that shit and run their ass out of business. So spending your fucking money there. If they don't know how to treat us, they in our communities disrespecting us when we come to their stores, but they try to blame us for hate crimes, nigga. Please, let me just explain something to you once again. Asian Americans, when black people whip ass, it ain't about race. We whoop ass. We don't give a fuck if it's brown, black, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Mexican, whatever it is. Asian American, we don't give a fuck. We whoop ass. It ain't usually about race. It's very rare that we be on some fuck shit like that. It ain't in our nature to do that type of shit. We just whoop ass. For whatever reason it may be, good or bad. Because whooping somebody's ass sometimes is a good thing. Because some people need ass whoopings. And I'm not condoning violence. I'm just saying. But back to the brother Nick and other black folks. Stop going on these fucking apology tours. Keep apologizing to people because they're offended. Like I said, black people should be offended by every fucking thing. Black people should be offended by everything. We haven't got what the fuck we deserve yet, or what we fuck would deserve what we owe, what we owed, and we still get we one of the most disrespected races in this country still. But we gotta go around on apology tours, and the reason because of that, because Negroes don't understand this. When they disrespect us and be racist to us, some of us still continue to go and support these businesses. Listen, it ain't cancel culture if you mistreat me. I don't want to buy your fucking product if you hate me or you dislike me or my people. That ain't cancel culture. That's me choosing not to support a fucking business or a person that disrespect me or my people. I have the right to do that. It's like you have the right to be a fucking racist. That ain't cancel culture. And I wish people stop saying that. There's no such thing of being canceled. You can't cancel nobody. Donald Trump is probably the most, he's the most racist modern day president since the modern day. Trump still getting money. Trump is still beloved by some people. They may be horrible people, but some of them powerful people in the country. He hasn't got canceled. And I'm going to keep saying this. The one thing I respected about Kevin Hart is that Kevin Hart apologized more than once, and then they asked him to do it again for the Grammy so he can conduct himself on the Grammys. I mean, so he can, host the Grammys. Kevin Hart said, fuck that. I already apologized. Keep that motherfucking job. It's a dream. It was a dream of mine to do it, to host it, but I ain't gonna jump into no motherfucking hoops like that. Salute to Kevin Hart. That's how you supposed to do it, Nick. That's how any black celebrity or whoever you are, that's how you do it. If I apologize once, apologize twice, I'm not apologizing 3 motherfucking times. And I damn sure are not going around trying to do. Listen, let me just explain something to people. I know nothing. I don't know. I probably don't know 25% of everything about the Jewish community, the Jewish experience, the lifestyle, the ideology to a certain extent, right? But I know enough to know that there's certain things that I'm not supposed to say to them. And first of all, you have to listen. You can read all the fucking books you want. If you don't have empathy for others, that's the main thing. If you don't have empathy for other people and have an IQ of understanding that sometimes that you may say something that may offend people and you may not know about it, but if you don't listen, you got to have a good heart, man. You don't have to read books on respecting others. It's being taught it. Being offended by something, everybody can get offended by something. The thing is, when some motherfucker tell you I'm offended by something, then that is your choice as a decent human being and say, hey man, I ain't mean no disrespect. I'm sorry, I apologize. No disrespect. Now it comes to the person that got offended, that's supposed to be the victim now, is to say, you know what? It's their choice to say, listen, you know what? I accept the apology. Or they say no and move the fuck on and move on and accept the apology, or say no, I don't accept it, and continue to go down this rabbit hole. And that's what I see. I'm not saying what Trump does by saying horrible shit and never apologize, but a part of me can see why he does it. Because if you apologize, motherfucker wants you to keep apologizing over and over for a mistake that you did. It's almost like you damn near gotta, it's almost like they damn want to strip you away from, like, make you down there beg for their forgiveness. When your intent most likely was not to try to offend people. Now, there's some people that you know that has a history of offending people on purpose. Now, it's some people like that. But the brother Nick doesn't have that in his background, so I don't know why they keep harping on this shit. The man apologizes over. And the main people that complain about cancel culture is the same people that are sitting there tried to cancel Nick Cannon and was in the process of kind of doing it, if you want to say, if you believe in cancel culture, which I don't. I think it's just another word like anti-Semitic that they bringing up of just saying that, hey, they got the choice to say we not fucking with Nick because Nick said some insensitive shit. But the man apologized over and over again. He doesn't have to keep doing interviews about this shit. And I don't have to be educated in your fucking about your race or your history to a certain extent to know that I said something offensive. Or if I didn't know, to apologize. That's not what I meant to do. Maybe I got the wrong information. Maybe I gotta explain to me where I went wrong at. That's it. The man said something public. See, this is enough for me, and I keep saying this sometimes, people. And like I said, it's all about the person's character too. The man said something on a platform which was in public that was offensive to Jewish people, right? Me, myself, I didn't see too much wrong with it, but that's me, right? But the Jewish community got upset about it, right? Fair. They was upset about it. The man came out and publicly apologized. The man sat down with rabbis. Same rabbis, one of the same rabbis that won't sit down with Minister Farrakhan to try to work some shit out. That every chance he get, he always shit on Minister Farrakhan. Minister Farrakhan has invited this man to sit down and have a conversation with him. He chose not to. That same rabbi that sat down with Nick and tried to school him. Like I said, stop asking black people to do something that you're not willing to do. You want us to forgive y'all fuck shit. Y'all want us to apologize when we're wrong. You do the same exact shit. And don't expect us to bow down and kiss the ring. We don't have to grovel for your fucking forgiveness. Listen, people, all the shit in my childhood I dealt with my mom, my dad, dude, they don't have to grovel to me for forgiveness. I learned that if I'm going to forgive them, I got to forgive them and let it be. I still can feel the pain. I can still imagine certain shit that happened, but I forgave them. So I don't harp on it when I'm talking, sitting down, I'm having conversations with them. I have conversations with y'all about this to give y'all a little bit about my morals and my history of why I act and say the things that I say and why I stand on issues that I stand on. That's why I even bring it up. But when I had conversations with my dad and my mom, it's not about none of that shit. I forgave them. I moved the fuck on. And the reason I could do that is because I understood that maybe their intentions was good, but they made bad decisions. Or they just didn't know how to. Whatever the situation it may have it was. They ain't know no better. But the conversation was enough for me where they apologized and I apologized back for treating them for so many years of not wanting to hear their points of view or hearing their side. Because I had a lot to do with the bad energy between us as well. I said some things. I did some things that I shouldn't have did as a fucking child of their kid that they created. Listen, man, this whole notion that black people got to keep roaming around on these apologies tour is getting old, and I'm getting very sick and tired of black people cowering. This is the problem. There's no unity. Niggas don't stay on code. And like I said, the real reason I'm upset at Nick is because simple fact, nigga, you don't have to keep going around on these apology tours to kiss their ass to get your job back. Something that they shouldn't have took from you from the jump after you apologize. Maybe they set you down for a little bit, put you on some time out, get you out the spotlight a little bit, but then bring you back. Not to make you grovel. Kevin Hart told the motherfucking LGBT community to shove that shit and keep it moving. I apologize to y'all already. I'm not going to do it again. And if you can't accept my apology, oh well, I don't want the fucking job. And this is what I keep saying about the alphabet people. They in powerful positions in the country, in the entertainment business. And they use their power against people as well. They to discriminate and they do a lot of fuck shit too. That's why I said ain't no race, ain't no gender is getting a pass from me. Because I know what people are capable of doing, no matter if you're gay, straight, black, white, Puerto Rican. I know Chinese. I know everybody is capable of doing anything, of taking getting power and using it and discriminating and trying to hurt others. That happens. Shit, I have done it. So I know. It's bully tactics. We all done did some fucked up shit, some bully tactic type shit that led to discriminating or hurting people, using our power to discriminate and hurt others. We all have done it. Am I proud of it? No. And I'll be the first one to admit that. But this whole notion that I'm going to continue to go around and apologize to the alphabet people or to the Jewish community or white folks when I say something that's offensive and people think that I said something offensive and it was hurtful, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to apologize. I'm going to admit when I'm wrong, and I'm going to try to do better. That's all I can give you. I'm not here to kiss nobody ass. I hear offensive shit all the time from gay people offending black folks to the Chinese to immigrants to white people to Mexican people, whatever. You can name them. Give me a second, people. All right, I'm back, people. My bad. My fucking daughter, man. Crazy, man. Getting on my damn nerves. Bullshit. But yeah, man. We gotta listen. I'm offended by a lot of shit, but I don't sit out here and blame a whole group of people or just shit on the person. If I believe that somebody said some shit and it was offensive to me or whatever, and they came back and apologized and I thought it was genuine, I'm gonna take it as what it is. If I choose to say that I felt that it wasn't genuine, it ain't genuine. Every time Meghan McCain is on motherfucking TV, nigga, I'm offended. Because the woman she's offensive to me because she's uneducated of the shit that she's talking about. A lot of the shit that she's talking about is talking points. It has no real research, like really genuine research behind it. It's right-wing talking points that her and her husband probably sit down and go over or what she's gonna say on the show the next day. She don't have a diverse people around her telling her what she should say and what she shouldn't say. She doesn't do none of that shit. So I'm offended by that. But listen, I don't blame every white person for that. But the brother Nick, I'm highly disappointed in you, brother. Going around still on this apology tour explaining your fucking self. You already did it already. Enough. Enough, Nick. Enough, man. Now I'm getting offended by you now. I'm starting to get offended by you, bro. You making us out here look, you out here making us look weak. They don't ask genuine questions. Are you sick and tired of going around apologizing? That's some shit you should ask him. He bringing it up with you know, blah, blah, blah. What have it. All right, I said what I said. And listen, and I apologize, and that's what it is. But I'm not going to continue to keep talking about this situation. Now, people, you already know where I stand at. You already know I made a mistake. You already know that I apologize for that mistake, and I'm working on myself and trying to educate myself more on that issue. And any other issue. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm human. But I'm not going to continue to keep talking about it and keep apologizing for it and explaining it. See, that's one of the main things that I'm annoyed by. One of my pet peeves I get annoyed by, because if you already explained it the way that you explained it and tell me how the way you already feel about a situation, I'm going to take you at your word. And maybe what I see that you do literally. But sometimes I don't need you to keep telling me what you did was wrong, because you already told me of that already. So to get a little annoying. Give me 1 second. Now, let's move on to Sharon Osbourne. Listen, Sharon Osbourne, let's be very real. Still a little history of Sharon Osbourne. Sharon Osbourne, there been plenty of people that came out and said this woman was nasty. And not in like nasty like sexually or no shit like that or nothing like that. Like just a nasty individual. Say a lot of horrible, nasty shit to people. Disrespectful. A lot of words come out of her mouth is very offensive to people. And I'm not just saying like on some racist shit. I'm talking about the tone of how she talked to people, how disrespectful, how she come at people, how she talk down to people. It's hundreds of people that know her from that industry of, you know, rock and roll when Ozzy was out there, when she was on the road and shit. I think she, and if I'm mistaken, believe she was his manager at a lot of per times in his career. And and so Sharon Osbourne always been a very foul mouth, disrespectful woman. She always been that way. So I'm kind of like shocked and appalled that people are like kind of shocked that she said what she said to Cheryl Underwood and to those ladies that was on that panel. And then let me just say this again. Anybody that is friends or support or side or continue to keep having the relationship with racist people that are Trump supporters or anybody that's racist, you are a part of the problem. You are excusing racism. You are turning a blind eye to racism. You are really mainly part of the problem. I don't give a fuck what color skin you are. Because we know black coons will turn a blind eye to racist people and then speak that same racist rhetoric. So this just doesn't go for white people. This goes for black folks and any other race. You motherfuckers that does that type of shit are part of the problem. That's just like me having this platform, ignoring some of the bad behaviors of what some of the niggas that do, a lot of black people do in the street. Not saying everybody in the black community gang banging and no shit, but I'm just saying, for me to ignore it and pretend like it doesn't exist and still side with them because I understand their point of view of what they're going through because I come from that, doesn't make it right. That makes me part of the problem. Especially when I won't call them out on the shit. So Sharon Osbourne is a fucking racist. Plain and simple. When you ignore racism, you side with Piers Morgan on his fucking racism and sexism towards Meghan Markle. Then you are what people say you are. You don't get to ignore shit anymore. We're in 2021. This whole notion that you can stand by people because that's not what you see in them doesn't mean that it's not true about them. I know some real killer niggas from the street that will give me their shirt off their back. I still don't get to ignore that these niggas are killers. Because they treat me good, but other people they kill. I'm supposed to just, well, he give me a shirt off his back. He give me anything. He look out for me. So I get to give him a pass. No, he killed motherfuckers. Listen, we have a choice in this new day and age in the next 5 to 10 years. We have a choice as people, no matter what color skin you are, but we have a choice as people to realize that of course we are flawed people. No, we're not perfect. We wasn't built to be perfect. That's why it's only one God. So we wasn't created to be perfect. That was God's whole plan. That was his plan. That was his creation of how he wanted us to be. So we got a choice to understand that, yeah, we're going to make mistakes along the way in life because we're not perfect people. But when it's brought to our attention, when we do have an epiphany about whatever the situation may be, from right from wrong, we have a choice of how we treat people. This whole notion that we in 2021, and I don't give a fuck how old people are. This whole shit talking about how the old generation, how they think. I don't care. I don't care. Sharon Osbourne is a fucking racist. You in a different time, if you listen, listen, I don't care how old you are, it's your choice to adapt to society. I see nothing wrong about trying to say, okay, that's shit that I did back in the day that the young folks do that I don't like. But I don't every chance I get around to shit on them. Because I can't, because it's some shit that I wouldn't do because, I come from a different generation. And I don't get the right to just stay stuck back in the day. I was young then. I'm older now. I should know better. I should want to be evolving. I know from right from wrong. So it ain't a young person that can teach me some shit that have me do peer pressure. When you see these old ass people, a lot of these old people, I don't give a fuck what color skin they is, a lot of these old generational people that come here, that sit here now and try to pretend, well, you know, back in my days, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I care, but part of me don't care. When you don't understand that we live in different times, that it wasn't okay to be openly gay back in the day. Not as much as it is now. The times has changed. The young folks has opened our eyes up to that. They opened our eyes to this shit. We supposed to grow. And then when they break it down, if you listen, instead of talking about trying to overtalk them or try to overthink them because you got the seniority to do it, you block out the information when you say, well, you know, back in my day, I don't listen. Some shit that was back in the day of history was wrong. Some of it was hurtful and fucked up shit that hurt other people. So why are you bringing that bad luggage to the future? I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out when an old person can sit there and tell, well, my back and I don't listen. Some shit back in the day, yes, experience does help, but some shit doesn't. And if you're not educated enough and not informed enough, then shut the fuck up. Because it is an old saying is, if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. Ain't that from back in the day? Let me explain something to you why I'm saying what I'm saying. Sharon Osbourne tried to pretend that she got blindsided coming to the talk show, coming to the talk. She was running late, so she didn't know that they was going to do these topics. Let me explain something to you. You should have knew that you was going to get some backlash, and you probably got it when you put the tweet out of backing Piers Morgan and how a lot of black people felt about him. I know you synced those tweets, or you just tweeted and didn't go back and read your comments. Okay, that's possible. But as somebody is, like you said, 68 years old, you should know this. That there's going to be people that is going to be maybe affected by you siding with this racist. Let me just explain something to you. See, this is why this was always offensive to me. And what I mean by offensive, of not just being black, but being offended. I was offended by like people playing with my intelligence. When people kept saying, well, all Trump supporters are not racist, they just love his policies. So you turn off your moral high ground for personal gain. Where's the honor in that? So it's no honor. Then say, well, people out here hurting. Okay, well, I know plenty of people that are out here hurting that still have fucking morals, still wouldn't ignore racism, sexism. You don't get to play that. I was always highly offended when people that was Trump people that would come out and say that shit. Or they would say, hey, you know, I don't agree with what he said, but you got to look at the like just ignore what he said. You cannot be a person that run around and get offended by other people saying certain shit to you, but then turn around because it benefits you to turn a blind eye to hateful words or offensive shit because it benefits you. But you get mad at other people for saying something that offends you. You can't have it both ways. And that was always my issue with Trump supporters. And still is. You don't get to turn a blind eye to the fucking racism and the bigotry and the sexism and the homophobic shit that he has said. And the division of the people. You don't get to do that. Because the policies are good. We got a problem at the border. We want a wall up. They stealing our jobs. So, which is, some of this shit ain't even true. Or not all the way true. You don't put any other, you don't put all the information in what you're saying. You're just doing it for a talking point. So she had to know that she was going to get backlash. And then she still did an interview. Listen, man, this is the problem with some of these white folks. You know you offended people, but you're still coming out trying to explain to us. White explain to us. Don't white explain to us. Like you the victim. And let me just explain something to you. I tell all white people this, good or bad. If you don't want to have a conversation about race, don't bring it up. Don't make it an issue for you. If racism doesn't matter, don't bring it up. Don't be racist. Don't talk about race. Don't do nothing. If you don't believe in, you don't see color, you don't believe in racism, don't bring it up. But you do. So you have to believe in racism. How do you call the liberals race baiters when you do the same shit? You use race to bring up, to fit your ideology of what you want. And let me just say this to any white people. When you sit there and you side with racists, don't expect that you're not going to get backlash. Or somebody going to accuse you of being a racist. If I'm sitting there telling you that a fucking gangbanger is my friend, all the time I continue to say, yeah, you know, the biggest gangbanger in the state, I know that's my boy. We hang, we go to dinner. I invited him over my house. Then I'm okay with him going out here killing people. You gotta understand the company that you keep. But I told you, it's about black people. When black people defend Minister Farrakhan, somehow, some way, we anti-Semitic. We're against white people. We're against the Jewish community. We can tell you, look, this is all the good things they did. Yeah, he said something wrong, but Mr. Farrakhan did a lot of great things for the black community. You ignore that. You say we wrong. We shouldn't be fucking with Minister Farrakhan. Mr. Farrakhan is horrible. He's a horrible individual. But you can do it. You can stand by a fucking racist. You can defend fucking Confederate flag traitors. You can stand by and continue to stand by racist ass Ronald Reagan. You can stand there and stand by Nixon and the so-called forefathers and pretend they weren't slave owners because they did so much good shit. But we can do the same thing then. You can't, listen, you can't have it both ways. And like I said, a lot of you white people are not going to play with my intelligence. A lot of you not going to play with my intelligence like that. Like I told you, I treat you how you treat me. I will play the game how you play it in certain ways. There's certain morals that I have, that there's certain lanes that I won't go down that some of you may do. But I will play the game with you. If you can sit here and defend fucking slave owners and pretend like these were some great people, well, Minister Farrakhan is great. He's just as great as they are. And he ain't enslaved anybody. He ain't hung nobody. You don't hear nothing about the Nation of Islam doing any violence. Name me an incident. Name me an incident where the minister or anybody from the Nation of Islam went anywhere and discriminated against a Jewish person. Or went out of their way to be anti-Semitic. Minister Farrakhan said a lot of fucked up shit, but not fucked up shit, but a lot of shit that I disagree with, because in his religion is what it is. But people still respect the religion of let me see. Oh, god damn it. My mind going blank. The white evangelicals of their believing, they don't believe in gay marriage and gay people and shit like that. It's a sin. Well, so do Minister Farrakhan. That's in his religion. And you don't see that Minister Farrakhan running around here like the Jews do, pretending that their religion is their race. We all know the Nation of Islam is a black. It's a black race. We know that. People separate the Nation of Islam, like the religion, from them being black. But not the Jewish people. They run around and pretend that being Jewish is a race, which ain't true. You're European. You're Caucasian. Nobody get mad at the evangelicals for feeling the way they feel, but you mad at Mr. Farrakhan, and he said what he said out loud, and so has the evangelicals. The white evangelicals said the same, almost the same exact shit that goddamn Mr. Farrakhan said. But you still allow them to be in the political platforms in this country. But you know why? Because they white. So miss me with the Minister Farrakhan shit. Him being anti-Semitic. But then I can say a lot of white evangelicals are a bunch of racists, and which they are. A bunch of bigots and white supremacists. You notice I didn't say all of them. I said a lot of them. You have them coming there praying on Trump. Paula White, that bitch is a racist. If those evangelical people, supposed to be religious folks, can stand by Donald Trump, a known fucking racist, so can black people stand by Minister Farrakhan. I don't hear nobody calling out Paula White. This bitch in church talking about we gonna bring back the black angels to save Donald Trump. That's highly offensive to me. The black African angels. Y'all seen that fucking clip? But these are the same people that sit here and say, oh, I'm not racist. But they tell you that Minister Farrakhan is a racist, is anti-Semitic. When the man has never stood by like racist people and pretend that they're friends. Or support racists. You don't see Minister Farrakhan rolling around with the Taliban, nigga. But evangelicals do. They stand by white supremacists, Confederate flag wearing terrorists, traitors of the country. They stand right beside them. And like I keep telling you, I don't give a fuck if you're not indirectly standing beside people and pretending that the ideology makes sense to you. Listen, all that shit, if your ideology brings a bunch of racist motherfuckers to a party, then that ideology, something fucked up about that ideology. Something's going on with that. And I need Meghan McCain and the rest of them to understand that. And all the Trump supporters. If your ideology of being a Republican and it attracts racists and Confederate traitors to your party, something's wrong with the ideology. Something wrong with the values of the Republican Party. I got issues with the Democrat Party, but I don't see that shit. I don't see Confederate people siding with Democrats. But because you know why? Because their ideology is against racism. Now, some people can say that's what it perceives to be, but it's even if it to perceive to be that way, it's still against it. It's perceived to be against it, but not the Republican Party. That's what they attract. If I'm sitting here the whole motherfucking time and I'm attracting hateful ass black people that say we hate all races of people, then I'm doing something wrong. So I'm saying the wrong shit and I may be coming off the wrong way. And I got to look at myself and figure out why am I attracting these hateful ass black folks that hate all races of people if you ain't black? I would have to take a very good look in the mirror. The problem is with these white people, some of these white folks, is that they don't look in the mirror and figure out that, hey, maybe you need to change the ideology. Things are not in stone in life. You can change things. This country came a long way from a lot of the shit that you, back in the day, if you do your history on, till now. We can say that. And that goes for every other country around the world. There's still some fucked up things still intact, but people are trying to work on them. So we cannot continue to keep sitting here with this Republican ideology and keep thinking, what's the ideology? It's the old, it's like the old good old boy shit. You have to change the fucking party. You have to evolve. And to me, the Republican Party hasn't evolved. They actually has got worse. It almost seemed decade by decade, they started to go back and back and back and back to the good old days. They moved the party back and back to the good old days. And they blame everybody else around them other than their fucked up ass ideology and that thought process. Because an ideology is a thought process. It's a belief. But we still sitting here in 2021 giving white people, a lot of white people, passes in the Republican Party because, they believe in gay marriage. Oh, well, because most likely they know gay people. But if that party still was against gay people, they still would be against gay people. That should tell you something. But it's a good thing in a sense because we all evolved. I had a lot of issues with the gay community. I could tell you, I maybe could have been a little bit homophobic at a period of time in my life, even though I had a cousin that was gay. But she was a girl, so it was kind of different for me. And I always tell people, it's like a double. It's like I do a double standards almost a little bit. When it comes to women, I'm okay with gay women for some odd reason. Gay men, I'm a little up in the air, and maybe because it could be my gender. It ain't to the point that where I'm a discriminate against gay men, but I'm a little bit more uncomfortable around gay men because I have this perception that they're gonna want to try to hit on me. But that's my own insecurities. That's shit that I have to work on as me as a person. But I would never discriminate against a gay man because of my own insecurities. Because that's mainly what it is. When you discriminate and be racist towards anybody or treat anybody sometimes in a bad way a lot of the times, it's because you got insecurities that you need to be fixing. Or you not even acknowledge that you need to fix these insecurities. Or you may not acknowledge that you may have these insecurities. Like I said, we got to do better. And like I said, we wasn't created to be perfect. So we're going to make mistakes. We're going to have these insecurities and shit like that. And we're going to react on some of them. But we have to acknowledge that we do have them. Like I said, self-awareness is a big thing that people need to start having. Have to be very self-aware of your flaws, your insecurities, your bad habits, and shit like that. But if you're not aware of it, then you won't change. You won't be somebody that's going to be productive in society with others. And that's why you see the low IQ of America right now. And I'm not talking about educational wise. I'm talking about just being a decent human being. They lack that IQ of that. See, being a decent human being is taught. But at the same time, it's a self-educating thing that you have to do as well. And so people just move around in life and just say, well, especially in this country, though, this is always a cop-out for me. That's why I don't believe that when people first come out, it's my freedom of speech to say what I want to say. It's my right to say certain shit. I'm already getting turned off by you because we already are. You in your psyche hasn't been put for generations and hundreds of years now. It's already branded in our psyche of that. We all know we got the right to say what we got to say. The thing is. Yeah, you got the right to say what you want to say, but do you understand that you can hurt and offend and put other people's lives in danger with your First Amendment, with your words, with your freedom of speech? Are you aware of that? Do you care about that? Or you just care about just saying whatever the fuck you feel because you feel a certain type of way? But then that lets me know that you may not have empathy for others. You may just be a selfish ass person. That's what that means to me. See, let me explain something to you. You don't need to read a book for what the fuck I just said. That's something that you taught. That's a behavior that you pick up on in life. You treat people how you want to be treated. You can't learn that in a fucking book. That's life experience. That's being a decent human being. That's having the people around you that are very good human beings to teach you these things, to get you to feel the empathy, to get you to see a picture, because it doesn't happen to you, but just imagine it did. See, the one thing I love about children, and I think this is probably what helped me as a kid, and that's why I'd like to joke a little bit, because it reminds me of being a kid, having an imagination. So I don't get complicit in just staying a certain person. Like, it's certain things about me, principle wise, that I won't change, but it's positive things. When I look at flaws and insecurities, they are things that I feel that I need to work on and try to change. But how I treat others and have respect and have this third eye open of where I can see, I have empathy, I can imagine, I can imagine putting myself in other people's shoes and imagine it happening to me. It's a positive thing. But like I told y'all, I'll tell you all the time, we in a space right now in this country where, and this goes for all of us, we've been all taught to be selfish. That's what American history is to teach you to be selfish. I'm graceful about it. Ain't no sympathy in American history really like that, because we all sitting here being taught how to treat one another in the most disrespectful and despicable ways. To each his own. Like when they say pull yourself up by your bootstraps, when I hear that from Republican people, all I hear is just to be selfish. Only think about yourself. That's my interpretation of it. That's what I get from it. I come from a generation where people in the community help one another. And everybody was struggling. But if we seen somebody hurting a little bit more in the community, we would look out for them if they were struggling. Even before my time, they used to throw rent parties for people that ain't doing so well, to help them out with their rent. Let me explain something to you. You know where that came from? That's black people shit. White people ain't come up with that. We did that. Imagine. These Republican people always talking about socialism. They're always talking about the government overstepping. But they want the government to overstep and tell women what to do with their bodies. They don't want the government to step in for their racist ass voter suppression laws that they're pushing around to discriminate against black and minority people from voting. Of course, they don't want the government to get involved in that. But when they have a national disaster, and let me just say this. See, this is where I like to play the game. If anybody feel that the government should not have an influence in your life, I believe the government should not charge people for paying federal taxes. So when tragic shit happen to you or your community or wherever it may be, you don't deserve to get money to get your shit built back up. Like if a national disaster happens, like a tornado or like a flood and fuck your whole communities up. You, the people that don't pay federal taxes, shouldn't get help from the federal government. See, I like to play those games to see how long it lasts until you get on board. Listen, I don't like everything the government did. Listen, the government did a lot more harmful shit to black people in this country than any other race in this country. How they experimented on us with medicine and all types of shit with like guinea pigs. How the government allowed slavery to exist in this country. A whole bunch of shit. How the justice system, all that shit. I can go down the line over and over with a whole bunch of shit. So I'm always skeptical about the government. But I'm a reality thinker. And I understand, I comprehend very well of when we need them, when we need the government and when we don't. I will never sit out here and say I'm anti-government, because simple fact, you will need the government. And like I said, if you don't understand that you are really the government, but you choose to allow certain elected officials to pretend that they're the government, you endorse them, you put them in office, you pay taxes, you pay their salary, but you take no responsibility in the fucking issues that need to be taken care of, because you keep putting these same fucking elected officials in office to do the opposite of what you want them to do. You stay on race relationships, you allow them issues, and you allow them to continue to spill that poison, and you fall for it from both parties. But then you get mad at the government. You are the government. You pay for everything or what's going on. If your state is fucked up, you pay for those state representatives, those governors, those mayors to do what they do. Because like I said, the corporations can give all the money in the motherfucking world to these elected officials, these horrible ass elected officials. But your vote puts them in office. Your vote put them in the power to not do any fucking thing, or not to do the things that you need to be done. So like I said, we can keep blaming all elected officials, but when we gonna take self-responsibility and what we keep allowing to happen, our vote, giving our vote to these motherfucking crooks. How is somebody that is a Trump supporter that live in a rural state and ran by Republicans can blame the left for why they're not succeeding in life when your party, the people that you vote for, are in control of your state? It makes no sense to me. You can fix the problem by not voting for them, but you won't do that because you don't give a fuck about your well-being. You don't give a fuck about your children. You don't give a fuck about why you're not succeeding in life, why you still struggling in life. You give a fuck about the culture war. The culture wars. You care about that shit more than you give a fuck about your livelihood. You care about more being superior. You care about being more greedy. You care more about a fucking ideology than you give a fuck about your well-being. It's just a fact. This is the real reason why I'm not religious. This is the real reason why I'm not a part of any party, Democrat or Republican. Because when you look at when you're not in it's like being in a gang. When you're not in the gang, you can actually see what the problem actually is. But when you are a part of something, of an organization or a group, you only see what the group ideology is. So you're going to rock with that. You're not going to see the flaws. You're not going to see the issues that are holding you back or holding others back. That's why it's very easy for the Democrats to keep coming out talking about Russia had this big influence and fucking with our elections. I don't care about that. It means nothing to me. If people stupid enough to believe in what Donald Trump is saying, that's on them. Has nothing to do with Russia. Nothing. I don't give a fuck what they tried to do. If you got a bunch of stupid ass people that sit there and believe everything that Donald Trump said, then they got what they deserved. But it was a lot more other people in the country, a lot more, that said, nah, this motherfucker ain't right. That gives me hope. Because I kind of really don't lean on hope like that, but that gives me hope for people. And mainly for this country, because it's no way impossible that for 4 years you watched this idiot Doug did what he did in that party, the Republican Party, and Meghan McCain get mad all the fuck she wanted. People like her and Trump supposed to get mad all they want. You always a part of it. Even if you was anti-Trump. Trump only got like that because of the ideology of your party was already enstoned already. It was already there. That's why it was so easy for Trump to manipulate your whole party, because your party was already on some racist shit. Your party was already weakened to the point where it could get taken over by a fucking clown. Excuse me, people, give me 1 second. My bad, people. I thought that was I'm waiting on because I bought some new stuff for the for the fish tank, and so I want to clean it, but I gotta wait on the shit so I can fix the fish tank. That's what I'm gonna do tonight. Clean the fish tank up. I'm waiting on, so I ordered some shit and try to do something different for my daughter. I got some shit that she gonna fucking lose her mind when she see, but anyway, but yeah, I'm not I'm not in a space where people can keep on pretending that they don't see these same issues that I see anymore. You're not going to keep on pretending that I'm the one tripping. Because like I said, big up to my man G. My third eye open, man. They've been open for a little minute now, and I've been seeing exactly what the fuck this country is really truly about, and some of the people that are in it. You don't get to roll around anymore and pretend that, you know, that's not actually what happened. What I seen didn't happen. The most disturbing thing that I see, my people, is that we live in a country where we always been divided. And so now people are sitting here talking about, you know, let's be bipartisan and let's come together as a country, even though we disagree or not. Listen, we can disagree on some shit, but human decency and respecting others, that is not nothing that where I have to be bipartisan about. I don't have to hear your point of view on that if you on the opposite of discriminating and being foul and racist and homophobic and sexist and disrespectful to others. I don't have to be bipartisan about that. It's not a conversation that we should be having. You shouldn't be having a conversation with me anyway, because you shouldn't be in no type of power or in my presence with your nonsense. You should be in the presence of the people that believe in that nonsense. You should not be in a position of power to teach the children this shit. I'm not saying religion is wrong, my people. What I'm saying is, if you use religion as a weapon to discriminate and try to destroy others, then your religion ain't shit. Your beliefs ain't shit to me. Because I don't have to be religious to understand that I don't supposed to discriminate or treat other people the wrong way. Now listen, if I'm wrong, I will listen. I'm okay. I'm okay when I get to that upper room and I see God Almighty and He say, Kenny, you should have just did what the religious people did. And I'm gonna tell God straight up, hey man, from a lot of them religious people I seen, I didn't feel like that helped people. And I can take that. I listen, I could die and I can live with that. But from what I know and what I'm seeing and how I feel when I see other people get mistreated, or if I mistreat somebody, how I feel, and it feels wrong to me, and it look wrong to me, and when I hear it and it sounds wrong, nah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay for standing up and going against the injustice of people. I'm okay for standing up for that. This is the same party that had policies in their states. They always talk about human trafficking, right? But these are the same people in certain states around this country right now, in states. And I believe that this is human trafficking when they are marrying little girls that are 16 and 17 and 18 years old, that brain ain't even fully developed yet. They having relationships and marrying these children. This happens in states with grown-ass men. But these are the same people who want to talk to you about human trafficking, child trafficking. I see why a lot of them want those kids. You want women to keep not have abortions and have these children and have them coming up so they can molest them. I don't think any child under Under 18, I don't think any child should even like, and this might be going a little far. I don't think any child should even get married till they at least 21, because I still think children are still children when they're 19 and 20. They like, your brain is not fully developed, and I don't give a fuck how developed a young woman's body is, or young boy, you know, because we could be big when we young, you know what I'm saying? Shit, I was 6 foot when I was 12. My little brother had a fucking mustache when he was fucking like, and I ain't had one, but he had one. He had a fucking mustache when he was like, and I'm talking about a full mustache. This motherfucker had a full mustache, a goatee, all that shit when he was about 12. I just don't think that, I don't care who it is. I don't give a fuck if it's a man or a woman. I don't think that you should get married till you 21, at least. You're not fully developing the brain until you're like 25, and that's for women. And that ain't always true with women, because women got their immaturity shit too. But a lot of times women are much more mature than men. It's a fact. Men don't fully get their brain fully developed till they're 30. That's just my experience, and that's what I have seen from others. But scientific wise, people brains ain't fully developed until they're 25. But like I said, these are the same people that sit here and pretend that they care about children. But they okay of sitting there allowing a grown ass man to sit there and take advantage and molest teenagers. In my opinion, that's how I look at it. No grown ass man. I don't give a fuck. You 25, 30 years old, 40 years old. You fucking with some girl that's 16, 17 years old. I don't give a fuck if they say it's legal. That shit is inhumane, dude. That shit ain't right. I don't give a fuck how mature a young woman is. I don't give a fuck how mature a young boy perceived to seem like he is. Now, where I grew up, how I grew up, when you was young, you always fuck with women or men that was older than you. That's just how it was where I grew up at. Because everybody grew up fast. Everybody around you grew up pretty fast. And so, you know, motherfuckers out that motherfucker, you know, just, you know, fucking with women that's older than men. I mean, women fucking with men older than them. That's how it usually be. But doesn't make it right. At that time, I don't know no better. I'm a teenager, so I'm thinking it's okay. And that's usually what a teenager think. That's why I said the brain ain't fully developed. You don't fucking know. And then usually the reason that women fuck with dudes that's older than them, because like I told you, women are usually more mature than men are. So they usually fuck with older guys. Young dudes, they fuck with older women off of, because men only fuck with women off of fantasies. That's why niggas, listen, the most jealous gender is men. Men are very jealous and territorial. So like we already got that. We already immature as children, and you fucking with some older woman, and you see how you capable of doing anything crazy. Think about if you fucking with a girl at your age. Niggas will kill over a girl. You see it now. Men will kill over a woman. I mean, you see women do it, but it ain't nothing like how men do it. We will shoot and kill each other over a fucking woman. And that's mainly because that our brains are not fully fucking developed. We are very immature. Especially at younger ages like that. But you know, we live in a society where society sit here and do. We live in a society of hypocrisy and greed and selfishness. I don't see anything. Listen, I want to make this very, very clear. I don't see anything positive about America. I just don't. Not at this period of time in my life. I just don't. And it's not because that I haven't got anything from society, or you know what I mean, I'm hurting and I'm struggling and shit like that. It's not that. It's just morally. There's nothing positive about America right now, morally wise. And it has nothing to do with people. Some people ain't religious no more. Fucking religious people in there fucking the people, fucking the children, a lot of them. Molesting children and shit. You got religious people siding with white supremacists, discriminating against people because of who they have sex with. So miss me with the religious shit. We in some, listen, the reason that shit is so fucked up is because we're in a time where you can't hide shit anymore. That's why everything seemed like everything's so fucked up. Because you can't hide nothing. Like back in the day, you could hide a lot of this shit. 20 years ago, you could hide a lot of this shit. You can't hide a lot of this shit now. That's why you see people just being openly racist and sexist and all types of shit now, because they can't hide it anymore. There's no way you can hide it. And it's not even just about the good old boys club or sexist men. You just can't hide this shit anymore. And let's just be honest about men. Men are very we don't think with our brain a lot of the times when it comes to women. We think with our fucking ding-a-lang. That's what we think with. A lot of times that's the first brain we go to. That brain affect the brain, your brain in your head. And I always tell people, you'll never look when men tell you I seen the woman of my dreams and shit like that. That's a fantasy. The motherfucker tell you I seen the love of my life. They lied. They are lying. Men do not think like that at all. I don't give a fuck if you're a good dude or a bad dude, or you ain't shit dude. You're just a player. Men don't think like that. We think with the dick. We got a fantasy in out here about women. That's what I told you. A man usually don't turn down no pussy. Even if the chick is not that attractive. Men don't turn down women pussy. We don't turn down pussy. That's why if you ever think about men that are male chauvinists and shit like that, they very intimidated by women, because a lot of men are intimidated by women because of the simple fact they are more mature than us. The men know that the women has the power to say yes or no of giving you that pussy. See, back in the day, women was more submissive. They was taught that way. That's how the country will run. Now the women are much more independent and doing what they're doing sexual. I mean, some of them going a little too far with it, but hey, to each his own. Like I said, there's consequences for a lot of shit that you do. Like, I was highly offended that Cardi B sitting there, she playing her little songs with the WAP or whatever she was playing, and then her daughter come in, and then she wanna, oh no, she got to get out of here. Well, listen, this is no, it's one thing if you have a certain type of music that you like to listen to, right? As a parent, you didn't create the music, but you like the music, and so I can see you saying, no, you can't listen to this. This ain't good for you to listen to. But if you created the fucking music and you're a part of the music industry that creates a lot of this over sexuality, violent, whatever music, then it's almost you being a hypocrite. You want to take your daughter. You don't want your daughter to listen to it. I mean, it's your right to do that, but I'm just saying it's a little bit of hypocrisy there, ain't it? You don't mind little girls her age listening to your shit, do you? You want to be a role model, right? Like I said, you gotta have morals about yourself, people. And like I said, the one thing about America, we lack morals. It's one thing about America, we lack a lot of fucking morals, and that's why you see, these people. That's why you see people out here confused in life. We lack morals because what happens is, when you lack morals, you start doing hypocrisy shit. You have different standards. That means you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but other people can't do it. That's why one of the greatest slangs that black people, you know how we make up, we bring, you know how we do, our slang, how we do. Keep the same energy. And what that really means is stand on what you stand on. Be consistent. To all the people that don't know what keep the same energy means, we have to be a lot more accountable for the fuck shit that we do. We all, listen, I'm not saying we perfect. It's just that some shit we got to be consistent about. And we're going to have hiccups and we're going to make mistakes as human beings, but we got to acknowledge them. Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all call in. Let me hold on. I'll let y'all call in, man. Let me set this up so everybody can call in. Let me send out some links. I got a fucking delay in my delivery. I don't know what the fuck, man. See, this is what I'll be talking about. I'm gonna have to read that shit. Let me send out these things. All right, hold on, people. I'm ready to send them out now. Hold on. Shit. All right. All right, I sent it out. I'm sending them out now. I sent you one, LT. Let me see. Anybody else want to get in the room? Send me a link. Send me let me know and I'll send you guys a link. Let me know through the chat if y'all want to get in. I'll send y'all a link, man. Yeah, man. We gotta be better as people, man. We just doing a lot of fuck shit around here, man. I just don't get it, man. I don't know what's going on with it. I believe it's an American thing. I believe it's white society, the culture of white society, or why people all fucked up around here. We got the wrong values, people. What up, LT?
What's up, Kenny?
What's going on, bro?
Hey, you watched that video?
Which one?
The link I sent you. I think it was yesterday.
With Tamir Rice mom?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I seen it. I don't know. I mean, I really didn't. Uh, I mean, I understand why she upset, but I, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. You got to echo, LT. Where you echo my echo.
I think that's you.
Let me check my shit.
Am I good?
Hold on. All right. All right. Go ahead.
You know, Kenny, you know that we have fought for everybody, right?
You say again.
We fought for everybody, and that's why
Mm-hmm.
you said, and that's why you said in 2021 is all about us.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I say that because some fact, like you right. Listen, man. Listen. I'm in a space and I'm just tired. I'm tired of defending black people to other races of people. I don't have the patience for that shit no more. I'm just
Why
tired
do
of it. I'm tired of doing it. Um I'm tired of having to sit. I'm tired of black people got to sit here and explain racism to people or the injustice of what black people going through when we in a time right now, we in 2021 where all you got to do is Google some of this shit. Read a fucking history book. Do some research. Like, it's not hard. Like, black people shouldn't have to teach other races of people about disrespect and the injustice of what black people have been through and what we going through in this country. It's not our responsibility anymore. So that's why like I said, it's not. It's not. I'm only focusing on our black people, good and bad. Like, I'm gonna focus on them and talk about a lot of the shit that we do wrong, and I'm gonna focus on some good shit that we need to do and what we do that's good. But I
Mhm.
will call out the racism and the bigotry and all that other fuck shit. But go ahead.
Why do the immigrants come here? Because the resources.
Mm, yeah. I mean, it's mainly because some of the fact that they in a country where they've been oppressed at.
Hmm.
It's no different than what we go through here.
You know,
But you don't see black people getting up and running to other fucking countries. You rarely see it.
yep.
We stay and we fight, or some of us do settle for the fuck
We
shit,
can't
but
we
some of
can't
us
be
fight,
deported.
huh?
We can't be deported.
Yeah, you could if you go to another country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can. You go to another country and you ain't got no motherfucking visa to be there. Yeah, you can get deported. Oh yeah, they can send your ass back.
Hey, Kenny, let me ask you something. I've been thinking about when you told me about it's a lot of spies here. Can do the government check it? Because I'm thinking it's a lot of mysterious people here.
What do you mean?
Like what I'm basically saying is that it's some people. Is it true? Is it true that it's people in America and other countries that didn't sign in, like they don't have no identity or their nationality?
Like what for us being here?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's a lot of people that come over here with temporary visas and don't never go back. So we do got like illegal immigrants here that had visas and then just disappeared and they hiding kind of like in the atmosphere of America. You know what I mean? Um, and living in some of these sanctuary cities and shit. So um, that happens, and then you have people that come here just of like say like when you have a passport, right, and you go to Jamaica or anywhere, right? You were only supposed to be there just to, you tell them how many days you're gonna be there. They know because they're gonna ask you all that information when you go there, right? When you go through the airport or go, you know what I mean, whatever, right, in that country.
Right.
And it's the same thing here. And they say you have a good time here. But you got a certain time of what you showed them how long you're gonna be here off of your passport of getting in the country to a time that you're supposed to leave,
Yeah.
right?
You
You
know.
like it's a I may have to do a little bit more research on this, but it's a period of time that where like you have a specific time that you're supposed to be in a country that where your time runs out of you just being a tourist. You don't go to fuck back home. Like, you know what I mean? Because there's sometimes that you could be here, you could be in a country and say, you know what, I want to be here for another 3 weeks, right? But it's I think it's ways that you got to do that, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? People miss flights and shit like that. That type of shit happens, but it's a way you do that. But it's people here that come here and come over here just off of and basically just say they're here to be a tourist and don't never fucking leave. And it's on purpose, if that make any sense to you. You heard me, LT?
Going on, guys?
What up, Frank?
What up?
What up, Weezy?
Hey, what's up, Jenna?
Yeah, so if that answers your question, LT, hopefully that answers your question, bro. Cause that happens a lot. Motherfuckers come over here and they supposed to be tourists, and the whole plot is to come over here and pretend that they come over here to be a tourist and never leave.
Mm,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
And so that happens a lot. Go ahead. Anybody else got anything to say about whatever the fuck I was talking about, or Nick Cannon, Sharon Osbourne, or whatever the hell, and all other shit I was talking about. Anybody else got anything to say?
I just want to say that like when you said that like a lot of these Asians were saying that they started blaming black people for the rise in hate crimes. It's like, yeah, as a Korean guy, like I'm highly disgusted by that because I know the whole backstory behind like how about how Asians kind of like treated like the racism perpetuated against them throughout the whole time they were in this country. And mainly the thing is that like Callie was talking about how and and I knew this too. Callie was talking about how like most of them are socially conservative, and they come over here and they vote Republican, which is basically the white supremacist party. And but they just come here just to care about doing business and stuff. They don't really care about like the social justice stuff and everything. But then all of a sudden, and a lot of them just go by this logic. A lot of these Asians, at least the ones that vote Republican or right wing, they go by this stupid logic. Well, we're the moral minority. Nothing's ever held us back. And now, thanks to a lot of these Chinese Americans who voted for Trump, are you now proud, with this little Chinese coronavirus rhetoric, raising the hate crimes against people that look like you? And I don't see many of them, talking, a lot of shit now.
They're not. That's not their plot. Hold on, and let me say this. I don't mean to cut you off, but that whole way of those immigrants coming over here being conservative, they coming from a conservative country anyway. So why are you coming over to another country where you join up with the same party that discriminated against you over in your own country? It's the same party.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's why you fled your country, because of the conservative of shit.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Think about that shit. I need people to understand that. That's the reason that you see these Cuban Americans and the Asians and all these motherfuckers, these immigrants that come from these other countries, and they come over here and they side with them fucking conservatives. But you ran from conservative, but they try to pretend like it's socialism. It's not socialism.
They say it's communism. Yeah.
Or communism. It's not. Listen, socialism. If you look at what happens in those countries, they're using the same ideology as Republicans in this country to oppress those people that's fleeing. They're using the government against them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and discriminating against them, and so not letting them have anything. Well, that's what the Republicans do. They use the government to use against the people and discriminate them and create laws and shit. And they use law enforcement and the military to keep people in check that disagree with them. It's the same thing that what Republicans do here. So when they come over here and they do that shit, it's almost hypocrisy. And that's why it makes me angry a little bit, because I'm like, yo, well, you could have stayed the fuck back home. But you didn't, because you have another party that just is actually as powerful as the Republicans. So that's why you think it's so good. But you're still siding with the same people that made you flee. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Cut you off, bro. Go ahead.
No, like you hit it right through. And also, like, these people come from a country where they're the majority. Like, people that look like them are in power in their country. Like me, like, I'm in a country where it's run by white people. Like, I never knew what it was like to be part of the majority. And you could say that's probably the way why I'm a little bit different from that. I turned out to be the opposite of them. And plus, like I've been. This is nothing new to me. Like what happened down in Georgia and all these Asian people getting attacked. Like it's happened to me just by growing up amongst these people. I've said it before. So but I guess that all these other Asians, they're like shocked because well, I mean, you're shocked because you've been living inside your little model minority business minded bubble this whole time, and you didn't grow up in the way that I did. You've been comfortable, for the majority of your life. I never had that luxury, and that's the reason why that I never really get along with a lot of the people that look like me, that live in this country, because like I can't relate to like not being through any sort of like battle tested scenario, since like I've known mostly violence my whole life, and I'm supposed to but we live in the country again where everybody's narcissistic and selfish and out for themselves. They don't bother to put themselves in other people's shoes. and that's what and that's what happens.
Well, but a lot of that comes from is that we are brainwashed to that in America.
Yeah, hyper individualism.
Like, yeah, it's like a lot of this shit is sometimes it's just not race. Sometimes it's just what America has been teaching all people this shit. Like there's a lot of selfish ass black people out here. That's why a lot of black people don't stick together anymore. Because they've been taught for generations since the civil rights movement. After they assassinated Martin Luther King and they gave people rights, they got a part of white society, and white society always been very selfish even to their own.
Yeah.
So like it's the same behavior. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So all you seeing now is a bunch of fucking like very selfish, stupid people. That's how I look at them. I can't help but the people. Stupid is a little too harsh. Yeah, it is stupid. It's very stupid.
Yeah.
Like, do you listen? Some people do get far in life of being selfish, right? You see the rich people, the billionaires and shit like that. Yeah, they rich. They got money to live 18 lifetimes. You know what I'm saying? But they ain't really that happy. They know they ain't shit. And some people are just devils, man. Some people are just evil. And so they're okay with mistreating other people. I mean, that's why you have God and you have the devil. Some people are just the devil. And they okay with it. And so, it is what it is, man. I don't try to I try not to I understand a lot of those ignorant motherfuckers, but that's only for being educated in it. But I really don't care. I really actually, at the end of the day, really do not care about these people. The only reason I even talk about it or feel like it seems like I care is because I don't want that to affect the children. Because we got generations coming after them, after me and after you. And we don't want them to grow up to be like that. That's the only reason I care about it. Other than that, I don't give a fuck about those people. Those people are horrible. And they gotta talk to God, man. I'm not here to judge them. I'm just here to just give them facts of how horrible they acting. But other than that, I don't give a fuck about those people like that. You got anything to say, Weezy?
Oh yeah, what's up, gentlemen?
What up, Weezy?
Oh yeah,
You got anything to say about Nick Cannon or Cheryl Underwood? Cheryl Osbourne?
no, I, I, I didn't watch it live. It's a lot of stuff going on right now, but I just want to say this, and the most humblest person is a person that can, be humble. Like I said, it's a lot of shit that I believe in. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's just we get on the show and we talk, and you know, I mean,
Weezy speechless? What's going on, Weezy?
there's a lot going on. It's a lot going on.
I get it. Listen, let me say this. Listen, and I can understand Weezy with a lot of shit because like a lot of times people don't understand, man. You got a lot of shit going on in your life, right? And then you see some shit that's going on in the world, and you just be like, yo, the nerve of these people to walk around and feel like they victims of shit. When it's real people actually dealing with real issues and real shit going on in their life. And these people are around here bitching and complaining about they can't get certain books and shit. They took books off the shelves. talking about cancel culture and stupid shit like that when people actually going through some shit, like real life shit. You weren't about some books that it wasn't the liberals decided, you know what? You need to take those books down. No, that was the author. That was the people that created those books that said, nah, it's a little too racist. We're gonna take them down. Look, they might listen, nobody listen. You know what's crazy is that you know what I've been watching for the last couple of weeks and that been irritating the fuck out of me is that I see people out here pretending like cancel culture is almost the same as being racist. If that makes any sense to everybody. They almost kind of trying to compare it. It's like, nah. And there's no such thing of being canceled. You can't cancel anybody because if you do that, that means that you don't believe in second chances. You acting like people are supposed to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. So everything that comes out of your mouth and every move that you make is going to be perfect and it's right. And that's not true. And so we live in a time where people are sitting here pretending to play without top. And I mean that shit. They're trying to play without intelligence. And it's enough stupid people in the country that actually believe in it. So now it seems like we got to fight against them. And I don't want to fight. I'm not fighting against them. I don't give a fuck how they feel. If you stupid enough to believe in stupid shit, then that's on you.
Yeah.
Now, if you bring that stupid shit to me and try to physically harm me, then that's where you listen. That's where we're gonna have a problem. Because I don't give a fuck about you being stupid. Listen, we're not talking about a lot of these people are children. We're talking about grown-ass adults. The fucking children seem like, the young folks seem like they got more sense than the fucking grown-ass adults right now. That's what it seems to me. The grown-ass adults all in their feelings, they can't understand. We getting canceled for the things we saying. It's hurtful. It's racist. It's sexist. However you want to look at it, whatever the issue may be. Nobody's getting canceled. You just can't say what the fuck you want to say and think that you can still keep your job. If I get out this bitch and say I hate all racists, nigga, you think any job gonna hire me? Why would they? Don't I gotta work with other races of people? Why would that job hire me?
And do shit I did. Tell me.
You're not a. They gonna look at that shit. You're not a team player. You don't want to play good with others. They ask you that. How are you good? When you do an interview, they ask you how good it is. Are you? Can you work with others? How good you working with others? They ask you that in interviews. If you hate all people, how can you work with others? So you only work with people that maybe what look like you or think like you, right? That's not a good person to bring in your business. That's not a good work atmosphere. I don't know, man. People stupid, man. I tell you, we deal with a lot of stupid people in this country. OG, you got anything to say? Your shit working, OG? You know, OG should be fucked up. OJ, there you go. There you go. OG shit fucked up. Fix your shit. Probably got to turn your shit off. Get it right. LT, you got anything to say? Goddamn LT. I don't know if he be taking lunch breaks or whatever the fuck he be doing, nigga.
What happened?
And then he come in this bitch making me have echoes and shit. Go ahead, LT. You got anything to say?
What you were talking about?
No, man, mute your shit, nigga. You ain't hear nothing we talk about. Do you want to talk? You want to bring up something? Bring up something.
I'm gonna let whoever want to
Uh-huh.
go.
All right, go ahead, Weezy.
Yeah, it's just I don't claim to be the smartest motherfucker on the planet. Trust me, when I come off on here, when I talk the shit that I be saying, I really believe in what I saying. You know, I don't claim to be the smartest nigga, you know, but sometimes, you know, financially, hey, I'm good. I'm good. But sometimes, you know, my whole life, my my mental shit overweigh my financial shit. Shit with
Mm-hmm.
life, you know, you know, I've been going through this shit. I mean, sometimes you get to the point that you just can't say shit. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter. And I'm not at that point. I'm just at this point now. No, it doesn't matter what I say or people say and shit like that. You know, I'm just goddamn. I'm mentally fucking exhausted. I've been doing this shit since I was 15 years old. You know, and some time you be like, well, what the fuck is we talking about? We talking about the same shit, and I'm just like mentally exhausted. You know, what the shit I say, and you know, I made the point that I'm just, but I'm not
You
giving
breaking
up.
up.
I'm
You breaking
still
up.
being
You
real.
breaking up, Weezy. Weezy, you
I'm
breaking
still
up.
being. Can y'all hear me? Can
You
y'all hear me?
breaking up. Go ahead, speak again. Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, yeah, you know, I still being real, but you know, some point in time, you know, if you've been doing this shit,
You breaking up.
you know,
You
long
breaking
enough.
up. You breaking up, Weezy.
Okay, well,
You breaking up, Weezy.
okay, what about now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. It's like when
Go
you've
ahead.
been
What
in the
you saying?
field, like when you've been in the field this long and shit like that, sometimes you get discouraged and shit like that. And I'm just one of them, you know, one of them points that, but I get knocked off and like I'm discouraged and shit, you know. But I've been in this field since I was 15 years old, and you know, since I was a young bull, since I was young pup. So yeah, I've been in the field, and you know, when you wake up every morning and shit the same, you just be like, what the fuck? And sometimes you just wake up and like, what the fuck is we doing? And you get discouraged and shit like that. But you know, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, like I say, I apologize to everybody else. You know, when I come up in here, you know, yeah, I be the alpha dog up in here, and I be talking shit. You know, it ain't alcohol, you know, shit like that. You know, I apologize, you know, and stuff like that. Y'all my guys and stuff like that. But when you been through this shit that I've been through, you know, it's like ain't nobody gonna tell you shit. You know, that's what I grew up on. You know, as a black man, you gotta be the motherfucking alpha dog in the motherfucking room. But I get it, you know, I apologize. That's why, you know, I sit back, you know, a lot been going on in my life, you know, and I sit back and, I played back, the episodes and stuff like that, and I was looking at myself, and I was like, nah, Kenny right. We don't need this shit. We gonna make shit better for us. I can't be going off like that. That's why I'm trying to take a different approach to the way I see shit. Of course, I see shit the same way, but the way I'm verbing shit and the way I'm saying shit it gonna start being different. Cause in the day, y'all know me. It just take one motherfucking thing to set me the fuck off, and I go the fuck off. That's how it is. But I'm trying not to do that because I know it's a better picture and stuff like that. That's why I apologize to y'all guys and stuff like that. It's just like I'm passionate about this shit, and hey, we all on the same thing. We all stars and stuff like that. Everybody got something to say, and stuff like that. My apologies to, all y'all, type shit like that. Cause everybody got something to bring to the table. And,
Listen,
let's
let
keep
me
it
say
moving
this.
like this.
Let me let me say this. Listen, man. If I took offense of every fucking thing that you say on this motherfucking show, I wouldn't allow you on the show. So if you pop up, I seen you a link and shit to get up in the building, that mean I wasn't offended by it. At the time, I probably was angry about it, but I ain't offended by it. I just, at the time, listen, man, we
That's
all do some
cool.
shit. I wild out on the show. Hold on. I wild out on the show a lot of the times too. So it's like you the only one and shit. My thing is, like I said, if I said something to hurt somebody, something like that, then I hopefully motherfuckers just tell me. You get what I mean? Because a lot of times I don't feel like I hurt people's feelings. A lot of times I just think that I just speak truth. Sometimes I'm very self-aware shit that maybe I got out of pocket on some shit and then I may come and apologize. But all the time I'm human, I make mistakes, and I may come on and say some shit that I didn't think it was offensive, but people might took it as offensive, or I hurt somebody in a certain way on the show. But I just, long as if motherfucker tell me that I did something wrong, just tell me. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm willing. Listen, the one thing is about me, and this is what I tell people all the time, and people need to get in this head space. Listen, just because you don't think that you said or did something wrong, doesn't mean that it wasn't wrong. If a motherfucker tell you that something was, they took offense to it, look at it from their point of view. You know what I mean? Maybe not at that time when you did it and people was trying to explain to you why you was saying or what you did was wrong. You couldn't get it because you was in your feelings or however the situation may be. But if they come to you the second time and you have the conversation about something, have your ears open. You get what I mean? That's the whole point about growing. And like I said, another thing I wanted to get on, and then I'm gonna let Frank jump in. Listen, I get what Weezy be talking about. Like, you just talk about the same shit happens every day over and over again. That's why I tell y'all I don't do the show every day because it could bring stress. It could, like, I don't like, and I get bored very quickly too. So talking about the same shit over and over again is not as exciting to me. I like, it don't motivate me like that. And I don't like talking, and people be thinking I like talking about these issues. The issues that we talk about on this show a lot of the times make me sad and make me very, very angry. And so I don't like to talk about this shit every day. So I gotta take a day or two off, or you may see me take more than a week, or more than 2 or 3 days off, because mentally I'm not in the space of fucking doing it. And so I gotta, and when I'm not mentally in the space of doing it, I know it's time for me to take a break, because the one thing that I don't like is I don't like to be around negativity, and I don't like to be stressed. And so I try to put myself in positions in my life not to be around those two things. because I've been through those things in my life all the time. And that's what overtook my life all the time was stress and and being in that weird space. And so it affected how I treated others and made me feel a certain type of way, and mainly how I treated other people. Because now I'm taking my frustrations out on others. So that's why I don't do the show every day. People be thinking that hey, can't you don't do the show every day. I can't do it every day. Mentally, I don't want to do this shit every day because it's sad and it's hurtful to me. And like I said, I watch like even when I'm not doing a show, I'm researching and I'm watching shit. And so that shit angers me. And so a lot of times I'm not even in a good space to talk about a lot of these issues. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, that's why, like, sometimes, like, I'll skip a time whenever you go live. Like, that's the reason why sometimes I skip out because it's exhausting. Like, I mean, it's just it's like everyone acts in this on top of the fact that everyone around us in this country acts like so heartless and inhuman, and then at the same time these problems ain't getting fixed, and it's the same old problems every single day, and yeah, you gotta take a break and just from just being burned out from the same old damn crap, and yeah, and the majority of my time, if I'm not when I'm not on the show, like I just go and I fill my head with knowledge and try to learn new things, and I think that's much more useful than just being at some BS 9 to 5 job where you just do the same exact thing, because that's what our jobs on that we work at the 9 to 5 are meant for. It's meant to just stress us out and that's why we do the same old thing. Like when you're working at the cash register, that's all you do all day. You don't really learn anything new, and yeah, so I gotta take a break too at times, and like I'll come. That doesn't mean like just because I might be gone for some time doesn't mean I'll never come back. Like just that, you know, life in this country is just you'll never know what you're gonna get. You'll get
Yeah,
sometimes you'll feel burned out.
yeah,
Sometimes you'll feel good. Yeah, but go ahead.
yeah. No, it's just I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's like that's why I say I understand where Weezy be coming from. Like I understand where he be coming from a lot of times. Listen, man, life is already stressful. So
Right.
when you do have empathy for others, that's stress too, because you taking on some pain of seeing other people hurting. And so it's not like it's very stressful. And so like and then it's even the reason that it's stressful because you're seeing other people going through pain, and then then you start seeing other people that don't give a fuck about it. That's just stressful and it's hurtful. And it's like, yo, come on, man, you cannot be this fucking of a disgusting human being not to give a fuck about other people. And that's part of listen. The real reason why I have to take breaks is because a lot of times I be hurt. I be saddened about the shit that we talk about and that we talk about on the show a lot of the times, or the shit that I see. Like it's hurtful and it's saddening, man. Like I'm saddened by the shit because I'm just like, yo, how do people not see what the fuck I'm seeing?
Yeah.
How you not see your behavior is affecting others? You're a part of the problem. If I know that certain shit that I do and I will allow myself to be involved in hurt other people, why you can't see that? And so, you know, I understand why like sometimes like we say he say talking about the shit over and over again. It's like I tell people, I don't get a kick out of talking about this shit. I don't really like talking about it, but it needs to be talked about. It's my responsibility. I took on the responsibility. I think that's what God pushed me to do. And so I'm doing it. You get what I mean? It's a selfish thing. Like you've been selfish. So
Yeah.
you gotta, and like I said, it's not about me. You know what I'm saying? Like I do this shit because it's not about me. And I always tell people I mainly do this shit for the kids more than anything. but I do it for black folks. And if anybody else outside of that get something out of what we doing and want to be a part of it, I'm open to it. I don't close the door, but I let you know where my loyalty lies first. That mean I don't care about other races of people. It's just that I let you know where my loyalty is, so it's no misunderstanding. When you come at me talking about certain shit. My people come first. It just is what it is. It don't mean that I hate other people, but my people come first. We've been more discriminated and more hurt in this country than anybody. I'm not speaking for other countries. I'm speaking about America. There's no race in this country has been more fucked over than us, than black folks. And for you to try to deny that and try to compare yourself to our shit, it's insulting. OG, you got your shit right?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Finally,
Yeah,
the
finally.
rap has come back
Yeah, sorry
to
about that.
opinion board facts. What up, OG? What up to
Just chilling,
what up to
chilling.
my brother from another mother doing? You know what I mean?
Just
What's up,
chilling.
OG?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah. What's going on?
What's going on, bro? What you think about uh Nick Cannon going around on an apology tour? That shit is getting old to me, my opinion. And Sharon Osbourne, she always been a horrible person. People all of a sudden acting like this woman, this is something new. This bitch always been horrible. Her reputation through the industry of how she treat people always been horrible. So I wasn't shocked that what she did to uh um what's her name? Sharon what's her name? Wheezy.
Carol
From the
Underwood.
top. What's her name? Cheryl Underwood.
Sharon
And
Wood.
Cheryl Underwood is a yeah, Cheryl Underwood is a buck dancing coon her motherfucker self. So I don't get it twisted. I'm not defending that bitch. I'm just saying that, how she acted was out of pocket. Sharon Osbourne. Go ahead, OG. What you think?
Well, you know what? I definitely agree. The few people that I knew growing up from what is it, Britain or England? Um, I mean, some of their terminology is, quite offensive. And I'm just saying, I've been through lived experiences, so I'm not shocked, um, by her stance.
Hey, OG, you there, my guy?
Yeah, I could hear you, Wheezy. How you doing this evening, sir?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm more, passive than aggressive. I like what you said that you've been like other places and different verbiage. People can take that offensive. Now, I'm from this south, and the way I grew up, you know, some, you know, if you told somebody that they was a lie or they was a liar, you know, that's like a cuss word. You get slapped. I'm not gonna cuss, but I understand what you're saying. In different cultures, stuff could be offensive to different cultures and stuff like that. I rock with that. So yeah, in different cultures, you could say something, in United States, it might not be offensive, but somewhere else, it might be offensive. I'm just putting it out there. I ain't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to put that out there. Y'all there?
Yeah, I hear you, Wheezy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I respect it. In different cultures, different things and stuff like that. So
No, no, and I agree. I mean, everything is relatable, depending on your life experiences. I
yeah,
mean, if you've gone through it, just because you haven't gone through it the exact same way someone else went through it, you already know what it is to go through it.
fact.
It's those lived experiences that I think is the common denominator. We all got different backgrounds, we all speak and act differently, but we all got a shared experience.
Yeah. And we all God children. That's what makes it. We all God children. In the military, I didn't know it was disrespectful to call them Mexican or Puerto Rican or Puerto Rican or Mexican. I did not know that. And I served with Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, and
Yeah, it's offensive when you
Puerto
hear when you
Rican
hear
call
Asian
me.
people get when you hear Asian people get upset that like they would. I don't even think it's offensive. They correct you of telling you like if they not Asian, they may say that I'm Korean.
Mhm.
They check you.
No,
They don't get
they
offended by it. They just tell you that no, I'm not Chinese. I'm Korean. Like you get what I
Yeah.
mean?
there you go.
Mhm.
Like some people like listen. It's almost like some people want to be offended about shit, and when they know people don't really mean any harm. And sometimes you just gotta understand. Sometimes if a person don't know something or they say something that's incorrect that offends you, sometimes you gotta just check them and say, "Hey, man, I'm not that.
Yeah.
Please don't call me that." Now, it's the response of that person that called you whatever they called you to say, "Oh, you know
Mhm.
what? My bad." But if they continue to be rude and disrespectful, then yeah, that's a problem after that.
Yeah, they're racist.
But
Yep.
people, yeah, but people, it seems like everybody in their fucking feelings are being offended by everything. And that's what's irritating me. That's why I ain't think that Nick Cannon should have went around on a fucking apology tour apologizing to Jewish people. He apologized already. He didn't know that offended you. Okay, you said it did. Okay, he acknowledged it. He apologized. Leave it is what it is. Why
Yeah,
you
but I
wanna have this? Why you wanna have this man on his knees begging and kissing your ass? It's bullshit. But go ahead.
yeah, I think when it comes to Nick Cannon, it was about the bag, and he had to do it, for to save face with himself. He wanted that bag, so he went out there and apologized, and guess what? Wilding out back on. And, it wasn't about, 98% of the people on that show are black people. They don't give a fuck, the people signed him making that money. They just wanted him to be a house nigga and apologize, and he did it, and now they coming back on. I mean, that's all it is. It's just that simple. He should have stood his ground. He could have, that nigga worth all this fucking money. He could have started his own network. You know, got a show somewhere else and took wilding out on them. That's what it is. I mean, that's just me. I might be a stupid ass country ass nigga, but I'm calling it as I see. He should never apologize. He said it. That's it. So he apologized, and guess what? Now he got another deal. That's it. And motherfuckers want to coexist with people. Shit, all these black people got all this motherfucking money. Shit, they ain't got shit. They want to coexist. I mean, hey, Yeah. He did what he had to do to fatten his pockets. All these homeless motherfuckers on the street, he did what he had to do. All these motherfucking homeless people on the street, you could take one, that nigga worth damn near 14, $30 million. And all these people, homeless people on the streets. And we could feed them motherfuckers. And this nigga apologizes for some shit he meant. And then the apology can't feed these motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying. That's why this world is so fucked up. I just don't get it. I say what I say. I say what I mean. I ain't emotional with what I say. I'm just passionate because I've been believing this shit. How the fuck is you worth all this fucking money and motherfuckers is starving? I don't get it. And can't nobody tell me different. All these people are starving. And you got black people, white people, these niggas in Wall Street, hedge fund motherfucking worth billions of motherfucking dollars. And this, you got Vietnam vets, all these motherfuckers, they shooting them up with heroin and all this shit. And all these motherfuckers are homeless motherfuckers. And all these motherfuckers is worth billions. Like 1% of the motherfuckers that own all the money in the world. And we got people sleeping that's homeless. That ain't the world that God, is supposed to show us. It can't nobody tell me no different. That's why I think like the way I think. That shit is unfair. Just it's like totally unfair. The goddamn motherfucking snowstorm. I'm trying to do a podcast, log on, and I'm in the goddamn, you know, fucking dark. It took a week for them to cut mom's electricity on there. Think about this. It's a good thing she was doing rehab then. And I'm in the dark, no heat, no shit like that. But guess what? Think about all them homeless motherfuckers out there doing that goddamn motherfucking shit. I'm on TV looking at all them motherfuckers that died. They froze to death. All these elderly people. But these motherfuckers got
Right.
money. I ain't having this shit. I'm not having nothing. I'm gonna shut up because I just don't want to get out of line because that shit is sickening to me. That shit is sad.
All of it sad. Go ahead. Go ahead, LT. You got anything to say? LT.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead. You got anything to say?
Yeah, man. That situation with Nick Cannon is
Mm-hmm.
it's bull. You know, he got his show back, and Nick Cannon probably said, "Let me get my show back so I can be around with my white friends." And
That's what you think?
I mean, I remember. Don't get me wrong. I remember that. Hey, what's that? I remember that white girl that used to be on that show.
Justina,
Yeah,
redhead
and
bitch.
and me and my dad was discussing about this. He said white
Hey,
folks.
she fuckable. I fuck her though. She fuckable. She fuckable, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Weezy
I
like
done
hell
went
no.
left. No, I
Weezy
didn't
like
went
hell
left.
no. Yeah, man. Like me and my pops was discussing about these. He said, if Ned Cannon do this again, he'll probably create his own. He probably create his own show or podcast, whatever he want to do.
He already had his own podcast.
Yeah, Nick Cannon is very,
Oh yeah,
very,
yeah.
very.
He already got his
Nick
own
is very,
podcast.
very. Yeah, Nick is very, very. I didn't mean to cut you off, Weezy, but Nick is very, very wealthy, man. It's not like
Yeah.
he needed. Moses, I sent you a link. Nick didn't have to do what he did, so that's why. That's to me. That's what disappointed me.
Yeah,
And like
you
I
know,
said, I don't know how much of his wealth is connected to the industry. You get what I mean? We
right.
know it. We know why he. We know while and out he didn't own it.
Yeah.
So we don't know how
Yeah.
much other stuff that Nick Cannon got invested. That's invested into that industry to where he might have had to do what he had to do. But still, I'm still disappointed.
Right.
It doesn't matter to
You know,
me.
and Weezy just mentioned that he had his own podcast. Yeah, he mostly did a lot of interviews with what's his name, Professor Griff.
Oh yeah,
No, he only did. No, he only did
That's when he
one.
got the backlash for that interview.
Yeah, because he only did that one show with Professor Griff. He only did that one show. He interviewed thousands of fucking people, man.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say thousands, but hundreds.
Right.
It's not like Nick just all of a sudden wasn't doing interviews, something similar to that form.
Nick Cannon even did an interview with with Rabbi.
The
The
rabbi.
Jewish man. Yeah.
Yeah, the rabbi. Well, we getting an
Yeah.
echo. Moses, you giving us an echo, Moses.
No, that wasn't it.
What you mean that wasn't it?
No, it's echo. He did
Now we
the interview with Professor Griff on his podcast. That's when he said stuff about Jews. That's when they answered Nick. But Nick Cannon already had his own podcast.
Yeah, we. Hold on, Weezy. We getting an echo. Moses, you came in giving everybody echoes, bro. And Weezy, you breaking up. Hey, go ahead and mute your thing real quick, Moses. See if you can fix it. All right. You breaking up, Weezy?
I'm saying I'm a mute.
Froze. No, you good. No, it's on Moses' end, but you breaking up though. Now you breaking up. Go ahead, OG.
Hey, I have no idea where you guys.
Weezy, you just breaking up. Moses bringing an echo, but you just breaking up. So go out and come back in, Weezy, because you breaking up real bad. Go ahead, OG. What you saying?
No, man, I was out for a few minutes, so I have no idea where you guys left off. So someone else could go, and I'll catch up.
Yeah, Fred, you was talking about Nick Cannon, right?
Yeah, we're talking about McCann.
All right. So listen, what you think? What you think about Nick?
Um, I think I'm echoing.
Yeah, that's Moses. Moses, mute your shit. Yeah, mute it until you get ready to start talking. You just giving an echo. Sometimes it happen like that. Sometimes LT does that shit a lot too. He make everybody echo. But go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, I think that him having to go around and apologize. I mean, it's almost like I don't know. Jews have had it very like any discrimination they face. It's been very light, you know, and they've had it much more easier than all the other groups. I mean, like we had that shooting here in Pittsburgh at the Tree of Life Synagogue where that
Yeah.
yeah, that's the one worst thing that's happened to Jews, and yeah, and
No, they had a couple of more, but it
oh,
but
okay,
but you think about it, not to cut you off, but the thing about their the motherfuckers that's really coming after them is mainly white people.
yeah,
It's not black people. They always keep bringing up anti-Semitic shit about black people, but our words is not leading to black people going out shooting their churches up.
yeah,
You get what I mean? It's just like the
mhm,
Asians, the same shit. It's like, all right, you got some encounters that you had with black people that you have seen, but you notice that the law enforcement never say that it was no racial shit said to them. It just was an ass whooping. Something happened. We don't know, but it is not racial. We just whipped your ass.
yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
mhm,
But we know that when the shit happened to black women, racial slurs was thrown from these Asian individuals.
mhm,
You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you know, people gotta understand the difference between certain stuff. And I think that now people are so hypersensitive that they don't look at that like the Jewish people, black people ain't discriminate to you to the point that where first of all, let's just be very honest. In this country, Jewish people has discriminated against black people more than they could perceive that black people discriminated against them. That's just a fact.
mhm,
It's not it's not no shit I'm pulling out of my ass and saying, oh, I'm just bringing it up. No, it's a fact. Look it up. It's the history of Jewish people been. And first of all, Jewish people, you are Europeans. You are Caucasians. That's why you sitting there playing victim over some shit, over some religious shit. You took your European, your Caucasian type people took religion from black folks, and you took that religion and tried
mhm,
to turn that shit to identify yourself as a different race from white folks, from Europeans, and everybody else. That's what you did. That's history. That's a fact. That's not nothing I made up. So if you're offended by that, Jewish people, then oh well. So if history offends you, that's not my fault. That's not me being anti-Semitic.
mhm,
That's just factual. So this whole notion that Jewish people are running around here comparing their shit to ours, it's not the same. And I keep saying that. It's not. But go ahead, Frank. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, and I mean, and yeah, it would be, and I would have to say, yeah, the same thing, you know, for that shooting that happened down in that Asian massage parlor. It's like the fact that like I don't know what that video was, but you said that there was a video where that this Asian lady was saying that was blaming black people for just because like a couple of black people in California attacked like an old Asian dude. Like she was generalized and said that yeah that she like I didn't see it myself. I just heard you talking about it. But like, if you could send me the link, yeah, that'd be good, so I can kind of like analyze it
Listen,
myself.
all they said in any of those incidents,
Yeah,
right? In any of those incidents,
yeah,
right? Law enforcement never came out and said there was any racial slurs thrown.
yeah,
But with the mainstream media did, and like I said, this is the problem I had with white mainstream media.
yeah.
They, LT, man, pick your shit, LT. Ain't y'all that shit in the background. What mainstream white media do, and I don't give a fuck if it's the right or the left. What they do is they try to pivot from what they own people, even if they disagree with what Trump did, it's still their people. And so they try to deflect and try to push it and act like, oh, it's black people doing it. How was it black people? It was a white man that was stirring up this shit about them, about Asian Americans bringing corona over here. That wasn't a black person that did that. When he did that, hate crimes went up. And that was mainly coming from white people. Now all of a sudden, you see black people getting into fights, beating up a Chinese dude. All of a sudden, it's a hate crime. The fuck out of here.
They're doing what the white
Trump
supremacists do. Like they overgeneralize.
He called the coronavirus the Kung Fu virus. I'm just
the China virus.
The China virus, the Kung Fu virus. Listen, hold on. Weezy, you still breaking up. Weezy, you breaking up, Weezy. You gotta fix your shit.
Okay.
You still breaking up. Fix your shit. And like Weezy said, I thought it was more assault. I thought it was insulting more. And as a black person, just hearing what Trump and these motherfuckers saying was calling the Kung Fu virus. I thought that was more offensive. Because it was stereotyping. Like, you get what I mean? So I took offense to that. And I'm black. So, listen. And then you know what it was crazy is that a lot of Asian Americans try to sit in out here, oh, there's black people coming out. First of all, you in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
You in our neighborhood with your business. If you don't like how the people are acting in the community, take your fucking business in your community.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Yeah. And when I saw that video of that Korean dude strangling that black lady because he accused her of stealing, it's like that reminded me. Yeah, that reminded me of like that reminded me a lot. It looked a lot like what looked a lot like the George Floyd video because he was like looked like he was trying to like choke and suffocate her. And also like did they prove that she stole anything? I never really knew that. Because
no, she never stole anything. It was I seen a video a while back where a fucking Chinese dude got mad at a black woman because she was cussing him out, and he put his hands on her. Why he do that? Why he thought that he was so comfortable of doing that? Could it be it was a racial thing? Possibly. Is it more of that he's a male chauvinist that he probably do it to his own wife? That's a big possibility. Then more of it could be race. So I didn't look at it was about race, but when it continued to keep actually happening to black women over and over and over again, I had to start thinking, is this a race issue? So listen. Asian people, Asian American people, and I'm gonna tell y'all this once again. Don't listen. I did not see any of you Asian Americans out there when black women was being assaulted in your people's businesses for nothing. I didn't see y'all out there speaking up against that. So don't turn around now and say, oh, black people are assaulting us. Because like I said, I'm not condoning it, but if that's the case, we got it right to fuck you up. Because you did it to our people. And listen, a lot of this shit that's coming out now, even with some of these Asian American people, these Asian people doing shit in the community, they've been doing that shit for decades of how they mistreat black people in the community. You in our community with a business and you mistreat us, call us all types of niggas and disrespect us. I have seen it myself. So listen, this whole notion that, huh?
You know that pop song, we talk about
You breaking up, Weezy. Your shit is awful. You breaking up, Weezy. Your shit awful. We can't hear nothing you saying. You just sound like a damn robot. But
I can hear y'all.
Listen, listen, but I'm not. Yo, you hear us, but you don't sound good. I want to say this.
I go in.
Even though I seen all the shit I seen of Asian men putting their hands on black women, I didn't say that all Asian people was bad. I didn't blame it all on the whole Asian community. I said it's some Asian people. But soon some black people beat the shit out of some Asian dude. They try to say, well, the black community needs to calm down. What you mean the black community? Say some black folks. When you don't say some, when you just say the black community, it's a problem. Right there, it's a problem. Because you're not separated, because that means I'm okay with watching black people beat up Chinese people? No. Or Asian people? No.
Yeah. They're
But
just
see,
like the white. Yeah.
Right, you lose me after that. And so your whole notion of you trying to be allies of mine ain't happening because you already grouping us all that we all are okay with what you like of discriminating against you. You shouldn't be a part of our community anyway if you think that way. That's how I feel. That's why I say I don't believe white cops should be in black communities. Because we know for a fact, having a lot of these white cops in our community, police in our communities, we usually most likely getting shot. You don't hear black cops killing unarmed black men. When do you hear that? Think about it. When anytime that black men get killed by police, it's usually from a white cop, right? Am I right or wrong?
No, those are facts.
They are the facts. They are the statistics. It is what we see. So this whole notion, it's some good. We got black cops out here, so we can't be racist. Fuck out of here. I don't see black cops shooting unarmed black men. You rarely see that. You may see them do police brutality because they're trying to fit in with their white counterparts. You may see that shit. And they just as bad as the motherfucking race soldiers. So, like I said, I don't give a fuck if you're black or white. I don't like police. And fuck the police. You're all the same to me.
Coming straight from the underground. A young brother got it bad because they're brown. That's NWA. They said it, not me. You know. Been preaching.
Hold on. And I want to speak on the Sharon Underwood. I mean, the Sharon Osbourne. Listen, I said this earlier. If you defend a white supremacist, then you are connected to that white supremacist. So people are going to perceive you as a fucking racist or white supremacist. Am I right or wrong?
Those are facts. Martin Luther King said this shit. You know, if people do their research before Martin Luther King got that church, Reverend John was in Georgia. They ran that nigga out there because niggas didn't want to stand. I'm from the South. I know this shit. That nigga started that shit. You know, that goddamn shit. And guess what? They brought Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was a rebellious motherfucker. And that nigga said, I ain't gonna quote the nigga. I'm gonna put it in my own word. That nigga said before he was this nigga that, you know, turned the other cheek nigga, Martin Luther King was on some gangster shit. This nigga said this shit. For every white person that don't speak up about racism, they got a place in hell reserved for them. I'm not making up. Do your research. He said that shit. And white people be out on a holiday for that nigga. I ain't making this shit up. He said that shit. I'm just speaking facts. Everything that I try to say come out my mouth for fucking facts. I'm from this shit. And that's what that nigga said. Reverend John, they ran that nigga out of goddamn Georgia because black people didn't want to rock with them. They were scared of motherfuckers. They brought Martin Luther King, thought he was going, you know, this and that shit. No, I'm just speaking facts. And they got a holiday next. What about Mega Evers? What about all these motherfuckers? But they were putting in work way before Martin Luther King. All these motherfuckers.
But hold on. Hold on about that. And I'm gonna let Moses jump in. Listen, first of all, that's part of some of what black people do. Listen, I don't agree with everything that Martin Luther King stood for, but I respect him, and I do respect a lot of the shit that he did do. Because without him, and his face and his presence of him doing what he doing, we wouldn't be here. So
facts.
I wish that he was a lot more strong. I wish he was a lot more stronger, like Mega Evans and Malcolm X and shit like that for our people in a certain type of way, right? But we can't shit on Martin Luther King because Martin Luther King got more shine. Like that come almost borderline that we start hating on our people because one of our people started to shine more than us. I'm just happy that he did shine the way he did because he did affect something. And let's put it like this. Cause just because you put in a lot more work doesn't mean that you got the face, you got the charisma, you got that it factor to push a movement. Martin Luther King had that it factor that could push a movement, and maybe others didn't have that. Like Jesse, all of them was there too, but they didn't have what Martin had. It was a lot more people that came before Martin Luther King, but they just didn't have what Martin had. Some people are just natural born leaders in different ways. So that's
Christian.
yeah, we're all. But hold on, no, we are not built the same. You get what I mean? Weezy might got something different than I do. That where he may shine more than I do. Moses might have the same thing. LT might have the same thing. Frank might have the same have something different too. Like we all gonna bring something different to the table, and we all gonna shine in a different way. And one of us or two of us may come out shining more.
Right.
Doesn't mean that your accomplishments wasn't what our accomplishment was better than yours. It's just that maybe I had the it factor or something that where people gravitated to me more than you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get
Right.
what you're saying,
So
but the only thing, I'm sorry. No, the only
no,
thing
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is, the only thing I'm saying is, Martin Luther King, less, you know, a great, you know, yes. If the white people chose, okay, I'm not saying facts. I'm just saying my belief. White people gave the black people somebody to believe in, because you can check the FBI tape. They tried to get this nigga to commit suicide, shit, cheating on his wife. But enough about that shit. But we had UEP, we had Mega Evans, we had Bobby, the Black Panthers and all that shit. They killed these niggas, that's what I'm saying. They picked the most non-controversial nigga to represent black people.
Yeah.
That's what I believe in. Because all these niggas, Malcolm X, come on, man. They killed all our leaders.
Remember,
he was the most non-controversial nigga.
Okay, hold on, Wiz. What you ready to say, OT? What you ready to say?
Okay, I remember in a quote, Martin Luther King said he integrated his people into a burning house. Now, what Weezy just mentioned about the FBI, if you look up the FBI audio, J. Edgar Hoover said that in the next 50 years, we're going to choose your black leaders, and Malcolm X said the exact same thing, saying that some of these black leaders will be used for a white supremacist agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Those are facts,
Right.
LT.
Okay,
They tried they tried to get that man. They tapped his shit, and they trying to get him to goddamn kill himself.
Okay. And let's not, because I want Moses to have his say in here. I'm gonna jump to Frank after this, and then I'm gonna let Moses jump in.
Shout out to LT. We'll get offline and stuff like that. Shout
out to LT said so. Hold up, both of y'all said some real shit, but let's throw the other part of the history into that too, as well, that we keep failing to realize. Is that, which is facts as well. They assassinated Martin Luther King too. Okay? Just like they did Malcolm X. Just like they did the people, a lot of the people in the Black Panther movement and shit like that, right? So listen, you have to understand too. What people don't tell you is that Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X was in talks. They was talking. That's why they got assassinated.
Shout out to Kenny. Those are facts right there. Them boys was in the talks.
They was in talks of coming together to join forces. That's why they got assassinated. So, and Martin said it, he thought it was a mistake that we unsegregate, if that makes sense. Like we shouldn't be unsegregated. Like we should be segregated. He had second thoughts about that at almost at the end of his life. He started talking about shit like that, like he doesn't think it's a good idea. But when they found out that Malcolm and Martin was in cahoots of talking and getting together, they assassinated them. Okay, but they took the main threat out, which was Malcolm X. They took him out first because he was the biggest threat. Because they felt like he influencing the Negro that we're choosing, like y'all was saying. They chose a Negro, right? They chose Martin Luther King, right, to be the spokesman. You know what I'm saying, for black folks, and ignore the other side, which was Malcolm. So they assassinated the true threat at that time, which was Malcolm. And then they assassinated Martin Luther King because now Martin started speaking differently. Don't get it twisted. It was agents around Martin Luther King too that was going back talking to the FBI about how, and they was tapping his phones and they had all of that shit. Martin talking. And so they assassinated him too because they knew that he was going a different direction when the shit that he was starting off with. So don't get that shit twisted about Martin Luther King, dude. Yeah, it was a little too late, you could say, but he was coming around to understanding the point that where a lot of us are at, like how we feel about Malcolm and the Black Panthers. You get what I'm saying? He was
Yeah,
looking at it very, very differently. So that's why
you
you
know,
see the Al Sharptons of the world. Hold on. That's why you see the Al Sharptons of the world. You see the Jesse Jasons of the world. Those niggas are almost borderline. You looking at them like, yo, what the fuck did y'all do since Martin left? Since Martin got assassinated? They haven't did
nothing,
nothing.
nothing. And
And
shout
we
out
know
to Frank.
if Malcolm and Martin
Shout
were
out to
still
Frank.
alive, you know what they would have done.
Shout out to Frank, and I'll say this. I speak on shit, and I
No,
know
no, Kenny,
my
I
history.
never said that Martin Luther King
No,
didn't want to
no,
go to
yeah.
war.
I just want to tell Frank this. I think like during World War II, World War I. You say you have Oriental, stuff like that, Oriental, and I think that's you black people do the footage. Guess what? They rounded up all the Orientals and put them in motherfucking camps during World War I, the one that was in the United States. That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah,
That's how white people rock. I know my
yeah,
history and I know how this shit go.
yeah,
That's some fucked
yeah.
up shit. That's what these white people did.
Yep.
His story is his story. His story. They don't want people to know history. They want motherfuckers to know his story.
Mhm.
And they
Yeah.
tell motherfucker, I
Right,
ain't
right, right.
learned none of the shit I goddamn know in goddamn high school.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we were no different than those Nazis. Like we had concentration camps for Japanese people that
I'm
we locked
finna
up, and
go
at the same
back
time,
out,
yeah,
and
and at the
come
same,
back in, you know,
okay,
because I
yeah,
keep getting phone calls and my volume is low.
all right,
So I'm gonna
yeah,
go
take your time.
back out and come back in.
We hear
All right,
you.
yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
and also,
okay.
and at the
We
same
heard
time,
him. All you had to do was
like
just
that.
turn the what's the name up. But anyway, go ahead. What you saying, Frank?
Yeah, I mean, not just the Japanese internment camps, but yeah, we still had black people like the Klan going around, and lynching out uh, black people, and then at the same time we had segregated restaurants, like guys like you and me, like we couldn't step into these whites only restaurants or drink at these whites only water fountains or right on this part of the public transit, and that's the same. And want to know something? Like there was a myth that well, I mean there was like I'm not a myth, but like a theory that the Nazis kind of like incorporated our segregation laws and the stuff that and the institutionalized racism at the time that America had, and they used it against the Jewish people in the territories they occupied, because over there they kind of had similar things. They segregated their businesses, banning Jews, and also the public transit trolleys were segregated, against non-Jews and Jews, and of course, they've had concentration camps too. So,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
yeah,
Like
we were
I,
no different. Yeah,
I always tell people at one period of time, I'm gonna let Moses jump in. At one period of time, not one period of time, but at this period of time, when black people in America was going over there to fight the Nazi war,
hmm
right? Going over there to help them, in that war over there. America was over here enslaving, uh, and they had them same camps and shit over here in America.
yeah,
Wow,
So
that's a power
with
move
with
right
with
there. Those are
with,
facts.
with, with, uh, uh, with Japanese people, not Japanese. Who was it? Korean? Who was that?
they were Japanese.
Panama. It was Japanese people. They had
Yeah,
them
Japanese. Yeah.
in concentration. Oh, damn! I can't even get the thing out. But they had them in them camps.
hmm
And mind you, at that same time too, black people didn't have rights. So think about the hypocrisy of all this. You go over and you trying to help your
Right.
and this is what I want people to understand too. White people went over there to help other Caucasian European people. Because the Jewish people it's not a race. They are Caucasian European people. So they went over there to help other Caucasian European people to help save them from the same people that was doing the enslavement and killing and raping and whatever they was doing and torturing those people was the same Caucasian people. They're the same fucking people. Mind you, America was no different than Hitler at that time. The white American people was no different than Hitler. They was hanging niggas every weekend. But they don't tell you that about the history. They try to pretend and say, oh, we went over there to help white Americans. I mean, go over there to help the Jews. You was over there hanging niggas. You was in the same country hanging black folks. And then you made black people sign up for the military to go help fight that war, even though you was oppressing them.
And then they promised them, they promised them you get the GI Bill and they go fight the war. And they didn't even give them, you know, the GI Bill to buy a home and stuff like that. They gave it all to the white people.
Right, because you took the men, you took the men, the black men that was the earners of the home, and you put them in the military to help you fight a war.
They ain't got shit to do with it. Ain't got shit to do with it.
And that's why Muhammad Ali said a lot of shit that he said. Years later. Listen, listen to me. The problem with white folks in this country is that they forget about the history of what their ancestors have done.
This
and what they actually stood for.
They don't want to get through their heritage.
Listen, I need white folks to stop pretending that you some type of savior to the world. You are not. You went, just think about Nazi Germany. You went over there and fought that war, but you still had Japanese people in concentration camps in your own country. And you still was borderline enslaving black folks, and you was hanging them, and they didn't have rights in your own country, but you wanted to go save the Jews?
You know, think about that on the face value. How you getting people to fight a war for somebody else and you enslaving motherfuckers in your own country? How about that?
And then mind you, and this is how I want to say this. Hold on. And I know this is going to hurt some military people feelings. To all you white folks that served in that war to help the Jews fight the Nazis. A lot of white people, a lot of those ancestors of yours was a part of enslaving, and they was a part of discriminating and allowing black people to get hung in your own country.
And I co-sign what's going on right now. I co-sign what's going on right now.
Hold on, Weezy. So your ancestors that served in that war wasn't shit either. They still wasn't shit. There was no difference than the Nazis. So you can look at it, they was American heroes. Not to me, they wasn't. Not to me. They wasn't fighting for black people to have rights in their own country, but they went over and fought the Nazis, and somehow that supposed to make them patriots and they good people? Fuck no.
How about this? I'm gonna hit you with.
They went over in another country to help other Europe. Hold on. They went over to another country to help other Europeans, but they discriminated against black Americans that were supposed to be all one. And that's not true back in those days. So stop pretending that your ancestors was great. They was horrible individuals.
How about this?
They did nothing honorably.
Just let me say
they weren't patriots.
I'm gonna hit you with a haymaker right here. All y'all religious people, y'all Jews, I ain't got nothing against Jews and stuff like that. How about that? Y'all say Jesus is your Lord and Savior. How about that? But the Jews killed the nigga. That's in y'all Bible. The Jews killed him.
Right, in their Bible.
Yeah, y'all Bible, y'all killed this nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all Jews, and y'all killed them niggas. You killed that nigga.
And you know,
And he's the son of
and you know
God.
why?
But
Hold on.
nigga,
You know, hold on, Wiz. Hold on, Wiz. And the reason that they killed him is because the simple fact because he was black. That's why.
that make a nigga think. I ain't lying. How the hell you a Jew?
That's because he was black.
You talk about, hey, Jew this, he's the son of God. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all people killed that nigga. Y'all the
The Jewish
one that
people killed him.
persecuted that nigga.
Hey, if you want to be, hold on. You want to be a Jew?
And that's in their Bible.
Hold on. You wanna glorify your Bible and your religion and shit like that? Your people killed Jesus. I mean, your people killed God. Y'all killed him.
Those
In your Bible, that's what it says.
I ain't
But
making
you
this
believe in, but you believe in him. But your people killed them. But you believe in that. Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Right.
Listen.
And
Anyway,
it says that he was
hold on,
if you read
hold on, Frank, because I gotta let Moses in. Moses been sitting back and ain't even saying nothing. I gotta let Moses jump in. I'll let you jump in right at the Moses, Frank.
I apologize,
Moses.
my boys. I'm just, I ain't want to take the most time and stuff like that.
No,
Yeah.
No, we all got in this shit, got a little riled up talking about this shit. So you know how we get on this show. But go ahead, Moses.
Love y'all guys.
Listen, Moses ain't like us and shit. Moses got patience and shit.
Yeah, he gonna pull his Yale hat out, like Yale and Harvard and stuff like that. Watch he pull his Yale hat out.
No, hey, look, Moses gonna pull out that motherfucking patient card on the nigga. That's what he doing. Go ahead, Moses, on you, bro.
All right, am I loud and clear?
Yeah, you good, bro. Go ahead.
You good, my brother.
Y'all pretty much said it all, man.
That's what's up.
I was gonna when it was my time, I was gonna jump in and say some things, but it came out of all of y'all's mouth. So I decided I'm gonna make a video about this because we were originally talking about Nick, right?
Yeah.
And the so-called anti-Semitic situation.
Right.
All right. I'm gonna say this because I already said it on this channel a few live streams ago about Jews. Okay. I don't hate Jews, but I'm gonna call things like I see it. I know who they are. I know what they are. I know everything they've done. And when I get done saying what I have to say, nobody's gonna like me. They'll probably ban me on YouTube, but I don't care because it needs to be said. Okay.
Welcome to the club, Moses. You get banned again. You get banned like me. I
Well,
don't
right
mean
now, since day one, since day one since the first video that I put up on YouTube, YouTube has been suppressing my channel.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
trying
they
to
do that
make
shit to
sure.
mine too. Yeah, they do it to
I'm
mine.
talking about I've been on YouTube for over 10 years and I never put up a video until like 3 years ago. And since the first video 3 years ago when I decided I'm gonna start putting up videos, they've been suppressing me, making sure people don't watch my stuff. And then when people do watch my stuff, they delete the views and make it look like nobody's watching my stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
on top of that, I'm getting hated by people on YouTube. Hey, I went by the name Spirit Fire Soldier. So
Mm.
next, I'm catching people saying, well, who the hell is Spirit Fire Soldier? Like anytime somebody did say my name, they was like, who the hell is Spirit Fire Soldier? We don't know who that is, F that dude. And I'm like thinking, well, if you don't know who I am, why you come with all this animosity when somebody bring up my name? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's tons of people coming at me, white people and the like, okay,
Well, you gonna
coming at
get
me,
it.
hey, we want you on our channel. And I'm thinking, well, why? There ain't nothing going on with my channel. Why would you want me, insignificant me, to be on your channel? And I had to think about that. And I was going to do it, but I didn't because I was like, there's something behind that. What is it? What I realized is that they thought that because I made videos breaking down what's going on with Star Wars, that I was some type of black dude that they thought they could F with. Okay? So they was trying to turn me into a token black or something like that, a coon or whatever. They wanted me to be a raccoon. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I can't hang with that, and I can't be on their channel because I know I'm just gonna say what's on my mind. Like, I might not be in that space. I might be on this peace tip where I don't care about skin color and all that. But I knew I was like, watch, I'm gonna feel uncomfortable if something gonna come out of my mouth, and I'm on somebody's channel, and they're not gonna like what I'm saying. So I just stay to myself. And all this time I've been watching YouTube F with my channel. Okay? And all this time I've been watching other channels uh, belittle me and trying to play like I'm insignificant and I don't exist and trying to play like I'm putting out trashy content. And I took that. Then I took a
Right.
break from YouTube, you know?
Right.
And what I decided is I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. I don't give a damn. If YouTube bans me, they're going to ban me. I have videos on BitChute where I know I'm not gonna get banned for what I say, but because y'all here said everything you needed to say about Jews and about Nick and everything, I don't really have anything to add to it. I could just co-sign on everything y'all said, but I'm gonna make a video about this so I can make it clear what Jews really are, what they really did, what the history is, and all that. And I'm gonna see what YouTube is gonna do about it. That's what I have to
Listen,
say.
let me say this. That's why I always tell people the reason that YouTube don't phase me in a certain type of way because I don't use their shit to make money off of. So what I say is what it is. I don't give a fuck that some people gonna be offended with what I say because, like I said, if you're offended by the truth is what it is. If I offended you and you explain to me how I offended you, then we can have a conversation. But if you just said I'm just offended of what you said, means nothing to me. So I need to understand why you offended because I'm offended every day. But I don't get out here and I don't get out here try to get people channels blocked. I don't be in their comments. I don't go on their channels and be in a chat room and saying this and saying that. But I watch a shit and it offends me. And if I can't take too much of it, I turn the shit off. Cause you know what? It's my right to do that. But I'm gracious enough to understand that I don't need to stoop down to a certain type of level of some shit that I don't like or I'm offended by to fuck your life up because I disagree with it and I don't understand it. Right? Now we have a conversation about it. That's something different. But don't try to fuck my shit up because of the fact that you're not understanding where I'm coming from or you don't want to understand the truth. So listen, I had this one video I did on Opinion by Facts, and a motherfucker and YouTube blocked it. They blocked me. They blocked the video. They said it was anti-Semitic, and I was talking about the Jews. And then I look back. I go back and I had looked at the video, and I said, "How is it anti-Semitic when I did not say all Jews is like that?" I said some. I didn't say the whole Jewish community is like that. And I had to come back on my next show after that and explain that shit to YouTube. And ever since then, I have no problems with talking about Jewish people. Long as I always tell people, use some. When you group everybody as one, then yeah, now you in a territory where you don't need to be. But don't tell me because I speak about some Jewish people that are racist and on some fuck shit that they on,
Yeah.
that I'm being anti-Semitic. Just like I'm saying to all Jews, you're not Jewish. Being Jewish is not a race. You are a European. That is a fact. Scientific wise and history wise. So if you are offended by what I just said and you call it anti-Semitic, well then you anti-Semitic against the truth. Because the truth is what it is. This whole notion that we're going to continue to keep rolling around here and having these Jewish people to pretend that they are like Jewish people are a different race. You are not. You are fucking Europeans. It's just a religion that you believe in. And I ain't against your fucking religion. I ain't against you because you're European.
And
I'm just breaking down the fucking facts.
I think you know what
But go ahead.
and the whole thing that I don't understand about the Jews doing the European, invasion and shit when they fucked over the Native Americans. Guess what? Jews would look like damn, like they was niggas and shit like that. And the whole time, white people had slaves. The Irish motherfuckers came over here. They was less than people. And the white people, the European people did this some kind of way. But I'm gonna tell you something, all of them got one thing in common. They was all white.
Mm-hmm.
These are facts.
They
I'm
are
not making
European.
it up. They was all white, and now they did their thing and shit like that. They fucking with each other and shit
Mute your
like
shit.
that.
Hold on.
The
Moses, mute
black
your shit,
person.
Moses.
So I don't want to hear shit about no goddamn Jew. Let me get this out. I get that shit. Hitler was one of the worst motherfuckers in the world. He killed millions of motherfucking Jews.
And so did Americans.
No.
Americans killed more.
No.
Hold on. No. I'm gonna let you hold on.
You ain't finna hear what I'm gonna say after that. Jews always say this shit. Jews always say this shit. Oh, Hitler did this, killed millions of motherfuckers. But they ain't hearing black people. We was in slavery. You know how it feels for a fucking man, a motherfucker come in there and rape your motherfucking wife? Or, just kill a motherfucker and goddamn fucking beat him? I got my heritage right here. These niggas Jews can't talk to me. They got they goddamn heritage. I got mine. It can't
Hold
no
on, Weezy. Hold on, Weezy.
motherfucking
Hold
Jew
on, hold on,
talk to me. I feel
hold on,
that
hold
shit,
on,
but guess what? I rocks
hold
with
on,
my black people.
hold on, Weezy, and I'm gonna let you jump right back in. And I need people to understand this too. Just imagine men getting raped in front of they women and children,
Facts.
black men.
Y'all niggas,
Imagine.
y'all little young niggas with the guns and all that shit. But you and these Jews want to talk about, yeah, we rocks with you. Yeah, cause y'all got fucked over and we got fucked over. But guess what? Y'all talk like our lives don't motherfucking matter. Y'all talking about y'all the
Hold
top
on, and
niggas and all that shit. What the fuck niggas went through?
first of all, you can't compare.
I don't want to
Jews
hear
cannot
that shit.
compare. Listen. They can't compare their shit to ours. Period. And this is what I mean by that is that we, they lost millions of people. We lost more in this country that they over
You know,
here.
with the I don't mean to interrupt you, Kenny. It's probably the same shit. Think about the slave trade. All them niggas that died, our brothers and sisters coming from on the slave trip. Niggas, they throwing them motherfuckers
Yeah,
off the goddamn motherfucking boat. These
right. We
niggas
didn't
can't
even count
talk to
them.
me.
Right, but
All
that's what
these
I'm saying.
people
Like
that died,
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not trying to take the pain or that situation that what happened to the Jews in Germany. I'm not taking nothing away from them. I understand that. I understand the pain. That's why I say it's
but
similar.
the only thing
But
that I got a problem with, white people think that shit with these Jews, and guess what? It's cool, but they look at what the shit we've been through and our ancestors. Hey, it's on the motherfucking back burner. No, what the fuck is niggas is talking about? You know, Israel
first
and
of
shit
all,
like that. What the fuck is niggas, these white people is talking about? They protect these
first,
goddamn Jews and goddamn what our people went through. All these
first of all,
thousands and hundreds of motherfuckers that done died coming over here. And these motherfuckers finna talk about, hey, millions of motherfuckers died through the Holocaust. And they don't even acknowledge, Jews don't even acknowledge the fact how many motherfuckers died through the slave motherfucking trade. And they look at us
no.
like, you know, them Jews look at us and they white. And they look at us like, hey, I went through more shit
Hold
than you. How about this
on,
motherfucker? Y'all killed Jesus. How about that? That's y'all motherfucking Bible. How about that shit?
hold on, Weezy,
I'm
hold on, Weezy.
talking to
Go
these
ahead, Moses.
white people and Jews are white. I'm gonna shut up
Hold
now.
on, Weezy.
Is it
Go ahead,
worse
Moses.
or am I still echoing and stuff?
No, you good.
All right. Do any of you know who started the Atlantic slave trade?
Yeah,
The
if
black folks.
you gonna give me a name, listen, I ain't gonna say nothing.
Hold on, hold on, Weezy. No, black folks. Black folks. They're from the motherland. Sold us out.
No,
Go ahead, go ahead.
that's
You
not entirely true.
no, I'm not saying that they the only people, but I'm just saying they had a part in that. But go ahead.
Yeah, they did have a part. Okay, I'm gonna just put this all on my video, but I'll talk about it. Let's go back to what Kenny said about the crucifixion. Okay, who did they put on the cross? What kind of man did they put on that cross? Do
A
you
black man.
believe? Thank you. I'm about to say, you actually believe that they put a blue-eyed, blonde-haired man, homosexual man, on the cross.
I don't know why you use the word homosexual, but no, looking at the reason and in the complex, it wasn't no blonde hair, blue eyed people, because you could look at the white
First of
person
all,
Bible, what
first
it
of all,
says. Jesus
let,
was his hair was like Chief Wood, his feet was like bronze
Thank you.
feet. Name me one
Thank you.
white person that looked like that.
Okay, thank you.
End of
hold on. But
discussion.
first of
And
all,
there's a reason why I said homosexual.
hold on. Before we Moses jump in. First of all, let's just get something straight too, because people don't. See, I know white people don't like history and shit like that.
Yeah.
A lot of you right wing nut jobs that's against homosexual shit, right? Them same ancestors, the forefathers that you love, was okay with black men getting raped. You
Yeah.
stood by, so you kind of like homosexual shit.
Yeah,
So,
pedophile.
so
George Washington be a pedophile, in my hood. He got arrested because he's raping the goddamn
If you stand,
motherfucking
listen,
kid.
if you stand by and
All
be
the
okay with
motherfuckers.
anybody, hold on, Weezy. If you stand by and just because you ain't a homosexual, you stand by and allow another man to get raped by another man, that means you okay with being okay with homosexual shit, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah,
So so all you right wingers and shit like that, you talk about your forefathers and shit like that, they was okay with homosexual shit. Because that's what was happening when they was enslaving black folks. They was raping black men.
and they was raping our fucking women.
No. I'm just focusing on homosexual shit because they like to
Yes, sir.
play this
Yes,
role
sir.
in 2021 that they're against
It came
homosexual.
out. Yeah, it came
Their
out.
their ideology and their forefathers was these great guys, but they was homosexuals in a way, or they was okay with it because they allowed homosexual shit to happen. They was
Motherfucker.
raping black men.
Them some
So
stupid
you mad at gay people, motherfucker? You are the creation of gay
motherfuckers.
shit in this country.
Yeah, guess
You
what? The
hate gay
Romans
shit,
used to do
but
that shit. It's
you are the
documented.
hold on, Weezy.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm
you the
sorry.
creation of it.
Yeah,
You the
I'm
creation.
sorry.
Your ancestors are the creation of homosexuality in this country because even if they didn't rape any men, they stood by and thought it was okay. They did nothing about it. They
Hey,
didn't pass a law and say, hold on, time out. They didn't pass a law and say, hey, and put it in the Constitution and say, hey, you can't rape men. It's against Christianity.
but
They didn't do
then,
that.
that shit is funny. I agree with you. I'm saying, them white boys
These
was
are a bunch
doing
of
what they
fucking
wanted to
these
do. They created this country. That's
these
why
these.
this country's fucked up.
Oh, oh, hold on, because I want to let Moses jump back in because we cut him off. I just want to say this. I'm sick of the hypocrisy. That's what I'm sick of. Stop with your fucking fake ass morals that you think that you have. You
Yeah,
fucking Trump supporters. You weak ass evangelical racist pieces of shit. Y'all know who y'all are. You fake ass Republicans. You Republicans sit out there with your fake ass your moral standards, and you praise race. You praise forefathers that was racist, rapists.
yeah.
Okay with gay shit.
I want
That's
to go
who
back in
your
time.
fucking
How about
forefathers
this,
was.
Kenny? How about
Hold on,
this? I want to go back in
hold on.
time.
Hold on, Weezy, hold on. I
I'll
need
be
people to
back.
understand that. I'm sick of the I'm sick of the fake outrage. I'm sick of the fake ass these people sitting there like they have morals. You don't. You're a fucking bunch of hypocrites. But go ahead, Moses, on you, bro. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother.
Sorry. All right. So about that crucifixion. So it's confirmed. None of you believe the history that is the status quo depiction of the crucifixion. Correct? Am I right? Can you hear me? Because I feel like I'm not being heard.
I hear you.
Okay. So you agree with me, right? You don't believe in the status quo depiction of the crucifixion, right?
Nah,
Okay.
I mean,
Now, you have to ask yourself, why is that the status quo depiction of the crucifixion? A blue-eyed, blonde-haired, homosexual man being crucified. Ask yourself why. Because some of what Kenny said kind of touched on it, even though he's talking about politics, and I'm not. You have to ask yourself, why are they doing that? Okay.
No, no,
Now,
no, 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 hold on, no, no. Talk about. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about the this whole notion of white religion in this country. How they pretend that they don't believe in gay shit, but they actually do.
I'm touching on that, man. That's
But
what
go
I'm
ahead. I'm
trying to
sorry. No,
touch on.
no. I wanted to make it clear. It's not about politics. So about when I mean about when I'm talking about ideology, I'm talking about these. Look, when you talk about ideology, these are people that think that really truly think that their beliefs that they are more superior than others because of their religion.
Yeah.
It's not because of no politics. Politics is listen. If you think about politics in this country, it's based off, especially if you're talking about the right wing. It's based off religion.
Yes. So it does have something to do with politics.
No, no, I'm just saying. No, no, yeah, it got something to do with it. But I'm just saying their politics is based off of religion, just like the
Yeah.
country is based off religion. But go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. Back during the time of the crucifixion, what was the the world ruling empire at that time?
Hey, y'all good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
What was the
Y'all
world
sound like a
ruling empire?
computer or something. I had to go back on and come.
Oh, you good, Weezy?
Go ahead, Moses.
Yeah, did you hear my question?
No, say it again. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, what was the world ruling empire at the time of the crucifixion?
Um, I have my thoughts on that, but I'm not gonna speak on no shit that I'm not 100. I ain't not really 100% about. But go ahead, tell me.
Is all right. Is Frank here? You
Yeah,
there,
Frank
Frank?
yeah, I'm
here.
here. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
Do you know?
I'm sorry, my attention got swayed. Know about what?
Do you know what the ruling empire was during the time of the crucifixion? The world ruling empire.
I, my memory was a little rusty on that time, but I think it was Rome,
It was
Roman
Rome.
Empire. Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So every time I ask somebody who murdered the Son of God, who murdered the Messiah, who put him on the cross, I always find that no one knows the answer. You know that?
What do you mean?
Just that. If I ask anybody who put the Messiah on the cross, who had him murdered, nobody knows the answer to that.
No, I do.
Okay, what's the answer?
The so-called Jews.
Okay, see that's what I'm talking about. I've questioned so many people. You're the only one I met who knew the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now you have to ask yourself, why don't other people know that answer?
Two reasons, and I'll make it real quick. Is because they do know, but they want to ignore it,
Okay.
right? Or
Hmm.
they just don't know.
Right.
But go ahead.
Okay. But your answer said Jew, right?
I said the
So
so-called Jews
okay,
because they
good.
so-called.
Right. Okay. That's your take on it, and that's fine. That's not wrong, and I'm with you on that. Okay. So it seems to me that that's where it began. The anti-Semitic uh, propaganda began, right there in the Bible, because the whole world knows what happened during the crucifixion and what led up to it, what caused it. The whole world knows that, and then for some reason, psychologically, almost everyone on this planet reneges on that historical fact, and it's in the Bible. Okay,
Right.
that right there for me is the most sickening thing I ever discovered. It's sick. Okay, and this is why it's sick. Tell me if this sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that happened historically, but we're not racist. We're not against Jesus Christ. We're not against God. We did it, but we didn't. And don't you say we did because well then you'll be anti-Semitic. Don't say that because we're not racist. I mean, don't it sound similar to what a white supremacist would say? The anti-Semitic
Mm-hmm.
like the anti-Semitic claim, does it not sound exactly the same as what a white supremacist, racist, bigoted person would say when they want disclaimer? We did it,
Right.
but we
Right.
didn't do it.
I
We did it, but we
co-sign that
didn't do
too,
it.
man. I
And
co-sign that.
you better not say that we did, or
Mm-hmm.
else. Yeah, we
Because
did it, but we didn't.
they feel they're more authoritarian over us than anybody. White people got this complex of thinking that because they already feel in their mind that they think they're more over top of everybody else, that they can just erase history.
Okay.
That's what
Now,
they do.
So
here's
we
another
ain't
thing.
history.
Here's another thing. In the Bible, it said, "Cursed is a man that hangs from a tree."
Mm.
Any of you remember that?
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
think I
fact.
got the word exactly right, but it does say a man who hangs from a tree is cursed.
Hmm.
Okay. So if I cut down a tree, saw it into some pieces, and make a crucifix out of it, and nail someone to it, is that crucifix still a tree?
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay. Now, what kind of people have always been hung from a tree?
black
Yeah,
folks.
black people. Those are facts. Black
Okay.
people. You
Now
would
let me
get,
ask you again.
not just black people. Majority of black people been on.
Let me ask you again. Do you believe that it was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, homosexual
Fuck
man?
no. I know where you going there. Fuck no.
Okay. So, not only Are they saying we killed them, but we did it? Then they changed the image of the Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
They changed the sexuality of the Messiah. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
It's,
and then said,
I got a lot of stuff I got to say. Frank,
Well, let
say,
him finish, Weezy.
so they did that, and then on top of it, they say we didn't kill him.
Mm-hmm.
there ain't no
Okay,
black
so
people. Say.
let's pretend he was a blue-haired, excuse me, blonde-haired, blue-eyed homosexual man, and then they say, oh, we didn't kill him. Then why, from that time all the way up to now, the Jewish faith still denies the Son of God, who is the Messiah, if he is blonde haired and blue eyed and homosexual? Why why do they deny their God if their God is blue eyed, blonde haired, and homosexual? Does that make any sense?
No, it
Of course
doesn't.
not.
Not to me.
Okay, because if it, what do we know a Jew to be right now? A Caucasian type, right? Okay,
European, yeah.
so if their God was European, why would they deny him
Hey,
if he was
Right.
European?
let's keep it funkin' like Jim Shoe. These white people, the anarchologists and all that shit, they done found bones, millions of bones, and guess what? They say the bones, the oldest bone was on the continent of Africa. How about that,
Yeah.
white people? Y'all figure this shit out. On the
Okay. So
continent of Africa, you know, that's what y'all people say. So
yeah,
how is you gonna tell me some white person that Jesus was fucking black or he was white and shit like that? I know this.
Well, listen. When
And
you don't, when you have people, hold on. When you have people, and mainly a lot of white folks,
white people
because
don't want to hear
you got
that
you.
shit. They
Hold
don't
on,
want to hear
hold
that
on,
shit.
hold
The
on,
oldest bones
hold
in
on,
the
Weezy.
world was born on the continent of Africa. I ain't
I
making
get
this
that.
up. These are
I know,
facts.
but hold on, Weezy. When you got a white
So
folks and
niggas,
some, hold on, Weezy, hold on, Weezy, and some black folks, a lot of black folks, believe it or not, um, are brainwashed to shit.
yeah, facts.
It's almost like you can't be mad at them because they don't know no better. You get what I mean? It's almost like if somebody keep if you continue to keep getting taught something, you're going to believe it after a while. When there's nobody as powerful to the person that's teaching you the shit that they're teaching that is wrong, right? You got
It
nobody to
don't
come
take.
in that is as powerful to teach you actually the truth.
Yeah,
And so
they
that's
don't
what
know.
that's
You
what the
don't.
people hold on. But that's what the people around the not just this country but around the world is dealing with.
We
Because
used to have this game, real talk, and I like, I'm a G. I never, seen the way he, you know, put in perspective like that. And maybe people can, understand. We used to play this game, when I was in the first grade, the first grade. 30 people, 30 kids in the room, and I'm from that South and shit like that, so niggas might say some fucked up shit. So everybody got their head on the motherfucking desk. And the teacher go to the first person, whisper something in their ear, they stand up, tell that other person something, and you see where I'm coming from. And they go all the way around the room, 30 kids, and I'm 48 years old. So I remember this shit. So the teacher at the end of the, fucking shit, she say, what did I say? That shit ain't nothing like that motherfuckers told her. So I get it. This religious shit, that shit been talked down and talk shit and shit
For
like that.
generations.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about? You got Africans come over there and motherfuckers talk. They had their own religion up there, and motherfuckers taught these motherfuckers they religion. Indians, Native American, the white people fuck them out shit. You know, I'm not with that religious shit. Guess what? I'm not with that shit. You
Listen,
got them.
I always tell people this. When you are, and it's no disrespect to religious people that's religious, because I'm not hating on it or not like that. I support people to believe in whatever they want to believe in. Listen, if you are a part of a group of something, right? Like if your beliefs in one thing, and that's the only thing that you believe in, then you're not a person for me to have a conversation with, because you're not going to think outside of the box. You're not going to give a fuck about other people, and that goes for religious folks. When you just think of just your religion and what your beliefs is, you can't care about what I care about.
How
You
about
really
this?
can't,
Don't that,
because you
let
are
me
part of
interject
you
this
are. Hold on,
right
hold on,
there.
hold on. Time out. It's just like listen, hold on. It's like I'm black. I get that. I'm black all day, every day. Ain't nobody gonna take that away from me, right? Do I allow my blackness define who I am? No. I understand that I'm black and I accept that. And I accept the good and the bad that comes with it. But it doesn't stop me from being a open and understanding human being. Because before I'm black, I'm a human being first.
That's what it's all about. You know what?
And so, but I understand what my color skin
One
is. I understand
religion
who I
say,
am.
one religion say this shit. I would not, Christianity saying this shit. It says this shit. My mom, my mom is a religious motherfucking person. The shit she rocks with, it says, thou shalt not worship no other person other than me.
Now you talking.
Yeah, those are facts. How about
Now
this?
you talking.
I am hey, I rocks with this shit, you know. So look at little Buddhist ass nigga. You know, I don't follow Buddhism, but guess what? So my God ain't no compassionate nigga. So ain't no motherfucker that follow God and shit. He just finna fuck all these motherfuckers up just because they don't follow. So what that little Buddha ass nigga that he grew up believing Buddhism or Islam. So that's what Christian motherfucking God believe in. Hey, motherfucker, if you don't follow me, hey, fuck you, and that's your God. Hey, fuck all this shit. No, white people been taught niggas that shit. I ain't hearing that shit. No, it's just niggas. You gotta be yourself, and you gotta figure this shit out your fucking self. Ain't no motherfucker
Listen,
finna
that's
come
why.
tell
Hold on,
me,
hold on, because
you know, about shit.
I'm gonna let. Hold on, because I'm gonna let Frank and LT jump in. Listen, I, this is the real reason why I'm not religious. Like, if I dislike somebody that might be a horrible person, like Rush Limbaugh died, I
Fuck him.
said I hope his ass go to hell, right?
Hmm.
But I don't know that for sure. I don't know if God maybe forgive him for his sins. I don't know that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know. Nobody taught to God ever,
It
man.
depends on what your
Nobody
religion is.
like no,
You
no, no.
know,
It's
what
not
you
even a
believe.
religion. No,
I
no, hold on,
bet
hold on.
some bitch go to hell.
Tell me,
I
Weezy.
don't
Tell me,
like that
Weezy.
nigga. I ain't
We,
even got
Weezy,
nothing to
Weezy.
say about that nigga.
Hold
He
on,
trash.
hold on, Weezy. Hold on, Weezy. Hold on. You
Yeah,
missing what I'm saying. Hold on.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's not about
I'm getting
religion.
emotional right now.
It's about because religion ain't nothing but a belief. It's about what you believe, right?
Facts.
I don't know for sure that Rush Limbaugh is going to hell. I don't know that. I know he was a horrible person in my presence, but what I seen from him, God may see something different. God may see something that we can't see. He might be
Your
a
God.
better person. Of course, if we have this ideology that we think, or this belief that we think that God is better than us, then he may forgive him and may let him go into heaven. We don't know that because we, number one, we never met God. Number two, we ain't dead, so we don't know. So that's why religion can never play a part in my life because that shit to me is like a cult because it stopped your frame of thinking of how you treat people.
Yeah.
And some people do deserve the benefit of the doubt and some don't. But if you're a part of a fucking religion of a cult or something like that, or you in some type of organization where you only think one way, you won't see other people's ways, or you won't be able to forgive other people's bad behavior
I'll,
because you're walking around with this entitlement that you're better than others.
you know, I rock with
Listen,
that.
so my point is this: I never want to pretend that I'm better than anybody,
No, of course not. We
but
all in
I understand that.
the
Hold on, Weezy. I understand that my my moral compass is different from everybody's. I get that. My purpose of being here on the earth is to, I feel that I get from God in a spiritual way that I never taught to him, but I just feel it in a spiritual way that I'm here for a reason to deliver that. That's it. Now people can take it or leave it. It is what it is.
You know
But
what? And I
I
feel
don't
I
hold on, hold on, hold on,
really,
hold on,
really
hold on. Go ahead, because I gotta let Frank and them jump in. Go ahead.
do. I
Make it quick.
feel the same. I feel exactly, you know, the way you feel. You passionate about shit, and I'm passionate. Everybody in this panel, you know, are passionate about shit. I come up in this motherfucker and I be talking and shit like that. And I'm passionate. You know, I had a story to tell. Y'all hear about it later, you know, and type shit like that. It's just I didn't want that shit to come out and shit like that. But I'm gonna tell you something. I love y'all guys, you know, and type that, you know, like that gentleman and shit like that. But I'm gonna tell you something. This is the way I look at life, and it might be weird to y'all. It's two things motherfuckers gonna do. They born and they gonna die. And you know, it's what we do. in the middle of that shit. That's what I'm do. I'm gonna try to be the best that I could do. That's what I'm gonna do. Try to be the best that I could do. And guess what?
And
George
I
Washington,
think, hold on, hold
I'm
on,
finna do the
hold on, hold
best
on.
on the
And I think that I
motherfucking
think what you saying, hold on, Weezy. I think what you saying is
yeah.
is kind of wrong too, because like you right about we born and then we die. It's not just that in between. It's from the time you born to the time you end. You got that time. That's your time to do what you're supposed to do. And
And that's what I always try and do.
everybody ain't gonna have
But
enough time. Can I just say this?
you know,
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
yeah,
hold on.
no
Everybody is not gonna
bullshit.
have.
I get offline with you and and shit like that, and I call you and talk to you, and you'll understand. Me and you'll you know talk talk talk.
Yeah, listen. Everybody ain't gonna have enough time to fix the bad shit that they did. That's just a fact. You don't know when it's your time. You don't know when it's your time to go. It just is what it is. That's why I say. That's why I tell people a lot of the times, yeah, be who you are, but at the same time,
We get offline and talk about it.
accept. Hold on. Accept who you are, no matter if it's good or
That's
bad. Accept that shit. But go, hold on. But go ahead, Frank. I'll let Frank jump in. We got to keep the conversation moving. Go ahead, Frank. What you
Yeah,
think, bro?
yeah, yeah. My philosophy through life in general, it's just like even though that I could describe my life as being just a roller coaster ride, but like I don't really I try to break the mold from all of these so-called societal norms because I think that a lot of them in this country are just meant to like waste your time or just or just make you think and harp on stupid stuff. And so therefore, like
Hold on, hold on,
put
hold on.
my
Hey, Moses, mute your shit. You get naggles, Moses.
I put
Go ahead, Frank.
I put my self-worth in just learning new things and not just you know doing the same old archaic stuff and and keeping my mind fixated on stupid mindless distractions like most people and and yeah, and you never know what's going to be your time, and I really don't want to like just spend every waking second of my day being around dramatic narcissistic people who just want to create drama and bullshit.
hmm Listen, I tell people this: life is not that actually that complicated. It's
Yeah.
actually very simple, but it's the people that are around you that makes your
Mhm.
life complicated. And
Mhm.
so when people get into a space that where you have people around you that don't make your life complicated, you live a better life that way. You know what I'm saying? Because people make your life complicated. Because some people just have agendas of their own fuck shit. It just is what it is. And so that's why I tell you, I don't like that. I don't like to have stress around me. I don't like every time I talk to you, you on some, you always got problems and shit. Because I got problems too, but I don't always talk about them. It's just
Mhm.
not what I do. I just want to see what's up or whatever the situation may be. But I don't want to talk about my problems because most likely psychologically I went through all my own fucking fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? In my mind. So there's no reason for me and you to have that conversation because I already did it already. But that's me being self-aware and taking responsibility in my bullshit. But go ahead, Frank. I mean, go ahead, LT. What you think? LT. This nigga done turned to the new OG up this motherfucker.
It's fun in the
Go,
motherfucker. Ain't bullshit.
go,
That was the last
go,
right there.
go,
Ain't no bullshit.
uh,
That
go, Go
I
ahead,
swear
Moses.
I ain't
It's
gonna
on you,
use
Moses.
that whole like this is some bitch.
All right, staring echo.
No, you good. No, it's when we talk is that it's an echo. You talk, it's not an
Hey,
echo. That's why I tell you,
LT,
make it. I tell you, hold
Uh,
on, Weezy, hold on, Weezy. Oh, chill. When we talk, it's an echo. That's what you bring to it. It's almost like what LT does, but when you speak, you fine. Go ahead.
yes,
okay,
I turned everything off, so I
can I
don't know what's
say
going on.
something, LT? You know, real talk.
It just could be the internet thing. You never know what it could be, man.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing
Okay,
it on
hey,
my end
look,
too, and it still got an echo. Weezy, chill, man. You got
no, I just
Let
want
Moses
to,
speak. I'm gonna let you go.
apologize to LT.
Apologize to him for what?
No, because I was in my feelings and shit like that. I just want to personally, apologize to him. Hey, LT, yeah, I apologize
What
to
you
him.
do? You did something to LT?
No, that the shit, the conversation and stuff like that,
You're getting
let's
historical now.
just, pick, I want to put that shit to dead, I just said, LT, my guy. Okay, I'm done with it.
Frank, if you want to apologize, somebody apologize to Frank. Frank is the one mixed with something.
Say again.
Frank is the one mixed with something.
Frank was what?
Frank is the one that is mixed with something. If you gonna apologize, somebody apologize to Frank.
Frank was the one that
But
admitting to something.
I'm
Frank is the one that's mixed.
wait.
No. I'm just okay. I'm gonna get this
I'm full
shit
blooded
out
Korean.
the goddamn way. And yeah, I always try to say this shit. Just hopefully you will let me say this shit. Listen, I love y'all guys. I always, when I come in the building, I say, "Hey, what's up, gentlemen?" That's what I always say. You know, okay. You know, don't take it personal. When we talk about shit, and talk shit like that, don't take it personal. We all partners. I apologize if I offended somebody. No, we've been doing this shit. Shit. I apologize to everybody. Real talk and shit like that. I love all you guys and shit like that. All right, now I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Come on, can anybody say nothing? No, yeah, I was wrong. Guess what? Yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong.
Hold on. Hey, Weezy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up, little bro? Yeah, what's
Let
up?
me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Listen,
spitting to
OG said Weezy tore up.
no.
OG said that in the chat. He in the
OG,
chat saying that.
OG smoking the goddamn blunt. He fucked up.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
Like,
Yeah, that motherfucker always on that ooh wee and shit. But anyway, uh, let me ask you a question. Listen? Do you think that we like we know that you got love for us. We know that.
yeah, those are
We
facts.
know that a lot of shit that you say out of your mouth, you don't intend to offend us or tend to, you know,
Not at all.
hurt us
Not
in
at all.
hurt us in a way. But
Not
you
at all.
do. It happens. It happens. But the thing about the show is that if we offended by some shit, we check you right there and there. So
Mm.
listen to me.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I understand that you apologize because you feel that you have to apologize, right? If
No,
we don't ask you, if we don't ask you, and I'm just saying, if we don't ask you for an apology, you don't need to give us an apology because we most likely understand the situation. And so we big boys, we can understand it, but I understand that you want to do that, but don't ever get it twisted that we don't we don't we don't understand that you don't intentionally to say shit to hurt us
the,
or make us mad
the,
or whatever the situation is. We understand who you are, Weezy. Listen, man,
and
we
you
brothers
know
at the
what?
end of the day.
And
We
this
get it.
what I love about y'all guys. This what I love about y'all. You know, you know, I don't intentionally, do shit, but you know, y'all be like, Weezy shit, he in this shit and shit like that, and whatever. He ain't doing that out about, hatred or, some hate shit, type shit like that. No, no, it's love and type shit like that, you know. No,
We know you be. Sometimes we know we put it like put it like this. Sometimes we know that you be on your bullshit, and sometimes it just is what it is. But the
yeah,
thing about it is that what I started everybody to start doing is that when motherfuckers feel offended, they need to start checking you right then and there instead of holding that shit in. Because I'm the type of person I don't hold shit in. If you offend me and you say some shit that's out, hold on. If you say some shit that's out of pocket, I'm gonna check you right then and there.
yeah, of
You get what I
course you
mean?
do.
Yeah, hold
I
up,
love that
hold on, hold on,
energy.
hold on. Time out, Moses. Unmute your shit.
I love that energy.
It's unmute your shit, Moses.
I love that energy.
I got it, mute.
Did you want me to mute it or unmute?
Unmute it. Oh, you didn't hear me. Unmute it.
Okay.
Listen, it's like with Moses. We had that conversation,
Yeah, y'all
right?
motherfuckers going
I
at it.
said, I listen. I said what I said to him, and then he had a point of what he said, but I felt like if he felt that way, he should have said that shit to me earlier. He shouldn't have waited till we got into a situation there where we had a conflict at
You still
to
keep
say
getting it
that.
wrong, man. You still keep getting it wrong.
No, 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 no.
That's
Listen to what I'm
that's
saying.
not
No, no,
how it
no, no,
works,
no,
man.
no, 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 no. Listen to what I'm saying. You still missing my point like you did last time. I'm not saying that was your intention, right? I took it that way. You keep thinking I'm blaming you fully for that. I'm blaming part of me because I want to make it clear. If you feel a certain type of way, if you think I did some shit, speak it at that time that you feel that way, and instead of waiting. To me, it felt like you waited till we got into where we disagreed on some shit, and then you bring up some shit to throw a jab at me. That's how I took it. Doesn't mean that you did it in that way. That was the reason why you did it, but that's how it looked at me. Do that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
That's all I'm saying. Because we can interpret things that we do to one another in a certain type of way. I'm built a certain type of way. If I got a problem with you and you said some shit that I don't like, I'm gonna check you right then and there. Or if I think you doing some fuck shit, I'm gonna check you right then and there. I don't wait on it. But like I said, everybody ain't like me. But I understand. But I understand about this show. If you let shit build up more and more and more, it's going like shit can like we have a like it ain't even that big of a situation that we talking about, and just a little disagreement on some shit that ain't that big of a deal can just blow up, and then it's send everybody in chaos and everybody mad at each other. Like you know what I mean, or you and that person mad at each other over some little shit. That shit that you could have checked that person on that you disliked that they was doing from the jump, instead of saying, you know what, it's his show, whatever. No, check me.
But that's what I'm trying to say. I did check you. That's when I checked you. There's a difference
So
between this is my show and then suppressing what people say to dominate the
right.
conversation. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. I wasn't taking a stab at you. I was pointing it out because you were doing it at that moment. You've been
Oh,
doing
okay,
that on the
okay.
channel, but I'm not. I don't.
But
I'm
no,
not
but you
coming
hold on,
from.
whoa, time out. You can't say that you didn't see it that way when you said, okay, it was that moment that you felt that way, right? And then you say, well, I seen you do it plenty other times. So you felt that way before. That's what I'm
You
saying.
talking about feelings. I'm not talking about feelings at all.
No, 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 I'm talking about feelings. I'm talking about you felt a certain type of way that how I was conducting myself that you didn't like before that incident that we had. But you never said anything about it. That's what I'm saying. I think you misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm listen. This ain't about beefing between me and you. All I'm basically saying is that if we got an issue with one another and we feel a certain type of way about it, we don't let shit linger on. You got a problem? Somebody says some shit, or they making you feel a certain type of way. Don't let this shit continue to just build up and build up because you're trying to be too polite.
I understand that. I'm not like that. That's you trying to use an analogy between us that's not even relevant to what you're saying, man.
Okay, go ahead. Explain to me how it's not.
Okay, you see how you just cut me off about 5 different times just then?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even let me say what I was saying. That's what you do. It's not just me. You do that with everybody. You've been doing that for a while. Okay?
Right.
We're not I'm not talking about how I feel. I'm talking about facts. I'm a logical person. It's not I don't care how I feel. I'm not talking about how I feel. I pointed out a flaw. Okay? And I did it at
Right.
that moment because you were doing it in the moment. Just like you were doing it just now. You do that. I'm pointing that out.
Yeah.
Just like, look, you could have been told Weezy the things you've been saying to him as of late, okay? But you give people time to live out their character before you start correcting. Sometimes you don't need to jump in and get them on the spot because you gotta give them time to express themselves, show who they are.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
agree.
you gotta wait and point out, say, hey man, you've been off point for this is long, and I feel like now I need to tell you because it's starting to get to a point where it's out of hand. That's where I'm coming from. It's like the stuff that Weezy was doing. You know what I'm saying? I was saying stuff he was doing on spot, but there's something he do. You just gotta let it go and let him be who he is. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Okay, it's a balance to that. You gotta. I'm not trying to tell you how to be or how to handle people, and I'm not trying to talk like you don't know how to handle people because you do. I'm just saying that there's certain way to handle people sometimes. Some people just aren't going to change. They're going to be how they're going to be. Okay,
Right.
you got to give them that. You got to
The leeway.
give them some time to either see themselves for themselves, correct themselves, or give them time to mess up so that you can say, hey, here's your track record. This is how you are. And none of us like this. I think you need to change this. and that allows the person to look back at himself and say, hey, you know what, I think you're right, because that doesn't even look good to me. Okay, now, uh case in point, what
Mm-hmm.
did Weezy just do? He said, hey, okay, first of all, his apology is a little bit out of turn. He could do that privately or something, but he did it on live just now, and that's fine. In my opinion, it's fine. It may not be fine for you, but in my opinion, it's fine. The reason
Like
why
far
I
as
think it's
what?
fine is because, in no disrespect to the brother
No, no,
Joe,
I was
he has.
talking about. What you talking about? Like, I wouldn't agree with it. Like, what you mean?
I mean that him interrupting the conversation to make that apology, you might not think that's fine, but
No,
in my opinion, just hear me out. My opinion, I think it's fine because for the last 2 weeks, I think he's been messing up. Okay, now as someone that drinks alcohol and stuff, I know where he's coming from. I know why he messed up. You know, I could hear it in his voice, and I could see what's going on. Something's really bothering him. Okay, so for the last couple of weeks, he's been acting like that, and you got on him finally, right? Like really really got on him, and he stopped, right? So now he interrupting the conversation with apology, but I think the interruption is okay because now he's showing us that he's seeing his mistake. Okay, so now he's apologizing for it, saying, "Yeah, I know I messed up. I know I even look back on the videos and seen how I was acting. Now I can see it. So now I can correct it. But if he wasn't given the time to show himself, we probably wouldn't have allowed him the chance to correct himself. If you know what I'm saying?
yeah. Now hold on. Don't mean cut you off. Listen,
No, go ahead.
that's not true with Wheezy. Wheezy been Wheezy for years. Wheezy been in the beginning, fucking with me from the beginning. So he always been that way,
Yeah.
right? We've been checking Wheezy plenty of fucking times. Wheezy have came back and apologized about a lot of shit that he does.
Mhm.
I'm used to that. The reason I said to Wheezy was that I know his intentions is not bad,
Mhm.
but my point was to him was it comes off that way to some people.
Yeah.
So you gotta watch your tone. Just like to you, me cutting you off and stuff like that. To you, you pick that up. That was a thing that I say, okay, you know what? He may be right about that. I didn't try to justify it, but at the same time, I actually did because I was like, yeah, it is my show. But the reason I do what I do is because of the simple fact I am the host of the show. If this was your show and you to say, hey, you're gonna speak more on your show than I would. And if I started to speak more than you on your show, you would check me. You say, look, Kenny, chill, man. Hold on. Right? Or you would
Yeah.
jump in when you hear certain shit. Listen, when I jump in a lot of the times, it's not to knock people for what they say a lot of the time. Sometimes I just want to add on to some shit or put some more truth into what a lot of y'all are saying. That's it.
I understand that,
But
but
sometimes
that's
I
not
do
what I'm
jump
talking
in.
about.
But hold on, hold on. But I do jump in a lot of times of cutting people off because it's almost a borderline a habit, I could say. And that's some shit I gotta work on. Nobody perfect, I get that. But at least the one thing I respect about you that you was honest. You was the first person that ever said that to me. Well, I ain't gonna say the first person that ever said it, but you was firm on it. And I respect it. You get what I mean? Like even if we talking about it and I'm bringing it up, it's just an opportunity for people to learn from what we learning. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Weezy, you coming in, but I can't put you in because for some odd reason you ain't jumping in, Weezy. But go ahead, Moses. What you saying?
Um, Earlier, I wanted to. Maybe I was dragging it on. I don't know, but I was trying to hit on some facts that lead up to what I was talking about. And sometimes the way I do it, I don't. Sometimes I don't like to speak as a matter of fact because when I do that, it'll come off like I'm a know-it-all. But if I turn it to a question and rely on other people's intellect to pitch in, then you know I'm not the know-it-all, and I'm not lying. You
And
understand what
what
I'm
you mean?
saying? So
Hold up,
like,
I'll cut you off. But what you mean by that?
okay, so like when I was questioning about who you think the Messiah was and who do you think put him on the cross, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna just tell you. I'm gonna ask a question so that
Right,
other people can use their intellect to pitch in instead of just relying on mine only. You know what I mean?
right.
Because that helps
So
confirm the truth. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
so what do you think? What do you thought there was? I'm not understanding. Like, what do you thought that was wrong about that?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that that's what I was doing earlier. Okay,
Yeah, I
because I
got it.
want to because I want to hit on who started the Atlantic slave trade. That's what I was really talking
Mm-hmm.
about. Okay, so when I brought up about the Jews and how they changed the image of the Messiah and all that during that time period,
You
on
breaking up,
to
Moses.
so I don't know what's happening.
You're breaking up, Moses.
It's still breaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
All right.
It's still breaking up.
Yeah, you're still breaking up.
I
Shit,
don't
we
know
all
if
breaking up.
it's
LT, you want to jump in? Let's see if OT shit is right. LT, listen. LT, go ahead, LT. LT, nigga try. Frank,
Yo,
Yeah.
can y'all hear me?
yeah, we hear you, man. Go ahead. Of course, you got all that shit in the background. I don't know what you doing, man. You selling dope? This nigga selling dope in the back. Hey, Frank, this nigga selling that dope.
I don't know what we want to talk about.
This nigga got them machines and shit going on in the back selling that dope. Got a stove popping.
Yeah. Probably cooking.
Nigga cooking that good, ain't
Yeah, Kenny, when you said, I thought you said, remember you were talking about, can you hear me?
he? Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
All right, you remember when you were talking about the Jews? Did you know that the Germans, the white Germans, they hate the Jews too because
Listen,
they
go
they want
ahead.
to they want to it's because they want to make Germany pure white.
Yeah, we know that. But that's what the Europeans do, though. That's what the Europeans
that.
do.
That's what I was trying. That's what I'm trying to get at with this. Like I think a lot of people don't know what the Atlantic slave trade really was about. They were trying to They weren't just trying to enslave black people. They was trying to wipe us out, and they had a systematic way of doing it. And I believe, from what I understand, is that it started right after the crucifixion, or even at the time of crucifixion. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because like, who was ruling the world at that time? It was Rome, right? What kind of people are Rome? I mean, Roman people.
I mean, at that time was Europeans.
Okay. Now they say the Bible was originally written in Hebrew, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that was the Old Testament. So what do they say the New Testament was written in?
Christianity, right?
No, no. What language was the New Testament
Oh,
written
the
in?
language. Oh, the language. English.
No. At that time, it was written in Greek.
Okay. Okay. I can see
So
what you're
so
saying.
the
All
Old
right.
Testament was Hebrew. The New Testament is Greek. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What were Greeks back then?
It was Europeans.
Right. See, so back then, the Europeans were ruling the world, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
And they formed unity between Romans, Greeks, Spain, all that. They were unified at that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why the slave trade began. Okay, it was first from the crucifixion, and then they carried on, because back then, uh, Hebrew was a race, a language, and a faith. And what happens? The Jews, they usurped the Hebrews, took their identity, took their religion and all that after the crucifixion, and said, "We are the people," but the Jews were never the people, and that's why they started that anti-Semitic stuff. Okay, and when I brought up about who was actually on the cross from the crucifixion and the curse of hanging from the trees and stuff, those are little bits of evidence on the identity of the Messiah. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what's contributing to this tag of being anti-Semitic.
Right.
So when people use that term anti-Semitic, especially when Jews use it, they really don't know what they're talking about, because the fact is Jews are anti-Semitic.
Right.
So how are you Semitic and then you're against? How are you a Semite and then you're against being Semite? How can you say, how can you be a Jew and call everybody anti-Semitic when they're the ones that started anti-Semitic stuff in the first place from the day of the
Right.
crucifixion? That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to
Mm-hmm.
hit on.
Yeah.
If people
But
don't know, homo,
go ahead, LT.
or let me say this real quick. If people don't know, homosexuality originated in Greece.
There you go.
Listen, the crazy part about it is that I don't care where it started. That's the point. We all in 2020. Yeah, it's good to know your history. It's good to know all that. It's about being a decent human being. But because before we a Jew or black or any type of religion, gay or whatever the fuck we born as human beings. We born as babies, man. And people, it's all about what you've been taught. If you've been taught to be a fucking demon, a fucking racist or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean, or somebody that teach you lying history, that's what you're going to believe.
Exactly.
You know, it's almost like what Moses said. We really know why a lot of Jewish people pretend them being Jewish is a race. We know the real reason why. You and I know what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
They usurped black people and took their name and then say we're a race, but they're not a race because see what it'd be different if Jews said that they were Hebrews, but they can't say that. They can't
mm-hmm,
because they know they lying, but they speak the language because they usurp the people. They won't say they Hebrew because if Jews flat out say, hey, we're the chosen ones, we're God's people, we're Hebrews, that would be an obvious lie, and they can't because they don't want to associate themselves with Hebrew because doing that would mean that they are black.
mm-hmm.
That's why Hitler was doing what he was doing because Hitler knew the truth and he was acting on it. He said, if you really are who you say you are, that means you're not pure. You're black.
Mm-hmm.
But Jews are like, no, we're white, but we're Jewish. And Hitler's like, nah,
No.
I'm not
Mm-hmm.
believing that. That's bull. See, that's what that was about. But
Mm-hmm.
Jews are on this, oh, you're anti-Semitic. When they use that, they're trying to equate us to Hitler because they're trying to hide the fact that they've been lying all along. They're trying to
Right.
hide the fact that they initiated the Atlantic slave trade. They're the ones that initiated that mess.
And don't get it twisted. Ain't nobody siding with. You hear my brother Moses talking about this shit. Ain't nobody siding with Hitler. We just saying why Hitler did what he did. That's it. We're not saying it's right. We're not agreeing with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
We're just saying that's why Hitler did what he did. So all you sensitive ass Jewish people out there that want to be all sensitive and shit, get the fuck out of here with that shit. But like I told you, the one thing that you will not take away from black people that know the truth is the fucking truth. You won't take that away from us. We know the truth, and that's why you can every time with the brother Nick Cannon. That's why you was like I said. I didn't see anything that Nick Cannon said that was wrong.
He didn't say anything wrong and he didn't say anything anti-Semitic. He said exactly what I just said now, except I got deeper.
Right.
But that's the point. See, it's the same lie. Let's shut them up. Let's make them apologize and stuff because they don't want it out there who black people really are. That's the real war. They're taking our identity from us and then they paint us in all kind of ways, make us look like a bunch of fools and stuff like that. But the truth is, we're the real people. We're the real human being. We're the original human being. Everyone came from us, and they trying to change that around. That's
And
why
what
they
I
use
did,
that term anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no,
That's
I
why they're
cut you
using the
off,
anti-Semitic.
but no, I want to tell people this too. This is why racist white people hate the Jews because they're pretending.
Thank you.
Not saying that they're right about the hate that they doing and the shit that they do, but I'm just saying that's why they hate them because they're lying about who they are
Exactly.
when they are really Europeans. That's why they hate them. Like people sitting there pretending like we can't figure where this hate is coming from. Well, where the hate it come from if you educate yourself and read, motherfucker, and learn history. You will know exactly why the white supremacists, the racist motherfuckers that we call racist, the white folks that's racist, hate the Jews. It's a reason why. Just like they hate black people. It's a reason why that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, like this whole notion, listen, like when you see, all right, prime example, you see Joy Behar. She identify herself as a Jew. If you look at Joy Behar, She look like a fucking white person or European, don't she? She only going about off of her belief of what she been taught of her being Jewish. It's like a race, which they are not. But I guarantee you the day, and it will come soon, the day that somebody get on a national platform and check a Jewish person and tell them, stop using your religion as you being oppressed. You've been hiding behind your Jewish religion because you are really a Caucasian. And it's a reason why you wanted to separate yourself from those what certain white folks. Listen, when black people say that the industry is ran by the gay Jewish mafia, the Jewish people get offended by that. But just like Moses said, they praise a gay, blue eye, homosexual alphabet dude. So what are you
Facts.
so offended by?
Facts. Straight up
And we know
front.
in the entertainment business, it's a lot of gay Jewish people. It just is what it is. Listen, you know how powerful you gotta be as a Caucasian person to take a religion and for thousands of years, well, hundreds of years or something like that, you could say, right?
Right.
And you took a religion that you stole from black folks and created a whole race. Like it's a race. You took a religion from black folks and took that religion and created that shit as like that's a race now.
But they don't
Think
claim
about
the
how
actual
fucking
race.
clever that is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They go
Go ahead, Moses.
I was just gonna say as I just said a moment ago, they won't even claim the actual race. It'd be different. They say, hey, we're Hebrew, but they can't do that. There's a reason for it. They don't want to be associated with black. So either you are black or you're not. Make your decision. And they keep dithering.
Mm-hmm.
How doesn't that sound familiar? They keep dithering. I'm white, but I'm not. I'm black, but I'm not. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
And then they took this religion and spread that shit all around the world that they stole from black folks. And then turned it into a race. And then they sitting here pretending like they're victims because of which they are because of what Hitler did do. But at the same time, you're taking advantage of black people now. Just look at Hollywood. They want to pretend all they want. Nigga, ain't listen. The industry is ran by gay Jewish people.
You know they even own the what's it called it? You know the media.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I know Jews are known for is being invisible. For some reason, throughout history, they've managed to be invisible.
Because they've been hiding behind religion.
Thank you.
And somehow they done brainwash people to thinking that them being Jewish is a race. And that's how
And
they've been hiding.
and they use being Jewish to justify everything.
Right.
Because the
So
moment
when
you
they had
point out something anti-Semitic,
hmm so when they had the brother Nick Cannon running around this bitch on this apology tour, that's why I was like, yo, what the fuck is he doing? Because nothing you said was wrong. Nothing. Listen, I, if the truth hurts, I don't know what we can do now. If the truth is racist, if the truth is anti-Semitic, I don't know what else we can say or do with a lot of these white folks. Because there's no way impossible that you gonna continue to keep on sitting out here and hiding behind a religion and trying to pretend that it's a race. It's
And who
not a
gave the
fucking
Jewish
race.
reparations? Obama did.
Shit, before Obama did it, America did it. Before Obama, they
And
been
I don't
gave them
know,
reparations.
right?
That's
Like,
why they own shit. That's why they so powerful in this country.
and that really puts a lot of black people off because a lot of black folks be saying, "What the fuck did they fall for?" I mean, yeah, we know what Hitler did and all that shit,
They didn't fight for none of our shit in America.
right? And we the ones that we the ones that went against Hitler in the war, and we were still treated as the N word, back in the day.
Listen, like I said, if people do their history. When we went to go fought over there in Germany to free the so-called Jews, that's what they starting to be. I mean, that's what they are. The so-called Jews. Um, Black people was still being mistreated here, and when they came here, we didn't see Jews step up for black folks when they came to this country. We seen them build their own community and say fuck us when we fought for them. That's just a fact. And still to this day, they had communities in New York City where they have shit still to this day. They had shit in there where they did not when black people got hurt in their community, they would not allow black people to come into the hospitals that they built. That's a fact. So I need Jewish people to stop pretending that you give a fuck about black people and we're the same. We're not. We're not the same. And I'm not saying because those certain Jewish people did what they did of not allowing black people to get treatment. What I'm saying is stop pretending and hiding behind a religion like it's a race. It's not that. And listen, the only person that's discriminating against you because of your religion is white folks. Stop pretending like black people are doing that. We're not doing that to you. Now we may not like you because you're white. That might be something you can say that, but don't be like, I'm because I'm Jewish because of my religion. And then, like I said, you don't even look at your religion as you don't even look at your what you claim that's a race as a religion. So you misinforming the people, you misinforming us and misinforming your children. So if you misinforming your children, why the fuck are we respecting what you say? And I'm gonna continue to say this: do not compare your shit to ours. It's not the same. When I was younger, dude, it was a Jewish dude that was mad racist, dude, towards black people, and he was working like, and I was in a program, and this dude was mad racist. The fuck out of here, dude. You acting like y'all can't be racist and shit. The fuck out of here. You Europeans. It's partly who y'all are. If you really be honest about your religion. This is not a race, but if you want to call it a race, look more deep into your fucking race as a Jewish person that you hijacked from black folks. You stole shit. And this is what I'm saying about white folks in America. You steal shit from us and then you try to claim it that it's yours. Get the fuck out of here, man. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Frank.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to say the same thing too. I mean, no, like when you said that that woman was just because those two black people attacked those Asian dudes, and now she's saying all oh she hates all black people. Like that, I take offense to that too, because like you're just shooting like your own racial group in this country in the foot by doing that, because you're doing what the white supremacists do. Because what the
Exactly.
white supremacist does is like they see one person of color or one certain someone from this group do something bad, they overgeneralize and say, oh well that's all of them now. And
Yeah.
I'm just real I just been real disgusted with the way that just that my own people have been handling I guess racism in this country in general. Because at the same time, they want to like be like immersed in like this business thing and say that they don't want to make it about race. But then it's all like it's always been here. Like it's not just for like Asians or blacks, like all the groups. And yet they wanted to also take part in that hyper individualistic mindset, which is also a contributing factor to to how like shitty they've handled social justice, like their part in social justice at least. But just remember, to any of the Asians listening in, like you decided to get comfortable in your little uh, business-minded mentality. Just completely phase out the fact that racism doesn't exist in this country when really it did. And at the same time, these same conservative-minded people wanted to harp on the communism that went on in China and Vietnam and all that other stuff, but they want to totally filter out the Japanese internment camps or like bad things that American capitalism has done to them. But really, yeah, it's true. Like the history shows, and and I could say the same thing to the Jewish community because really like both the Asian community and Jewish community have been handled the same way. Like they want to like act like the struggles are the same, and at the same time they ignored the problems the whole time. And then when something like a shooting in a synagogue in Pittsburgh happens, or a massage parlor in Georgia happens, then it's like, oh well, now they care about it, but they handle it in the most shitty way by saying that, oh well, one black person did this or one white person or whatever did this, they're all like that, and they group them all together.
I'm gonna say two things.
Yeah.
One, when those type of situations happen at those synagogues or something like that happen to Jewish people, black people always speak up.
Yeah.
That's number one, right? And then number two is, listen, man. People in this, other races of people that come here in this country, you have to remember something. Black people don't owe you shit. And it's not like they side with us when they, a lot of them side with us when they get over here. And then, like I said, hold on. And then, hold on. No, the one thing I wanted to say, because I forgot about this. This was the number two thing. The thing I just said was number three, but this is number two. The reason that a lot of minorities treat black people the way they treat them is because of white media. When you watch the news on mainstream media, they tell you how bad black people are. They tell you this and they tell you that. So that's why you see people from different races of people. And mind you, this ain't just happened just now. This shit been happening generations of how they put out here to perceive how black people are. And so other races of people automatically assume that we are these people when they encounter us. So that's why I always tell people, well, black people, we have no allies when it comes to other races of people. We appreciate the people that side with us and want to ride with us. We appreciate y'all. But for us, your whole race, you're not an ally to us.
Yeah.
It's not enough of y'all that rise with us. And that's why we go hard at white folks the way we do. Because they are the ones are putting this stereotype out here through mainstream media and now social media of how black people are. That's what they do. And so, like, I don't be that shocked now when I see other races of people damn near borderline treating us like how some white people treat us in this country. Because it's been taught. You know how many fucking immigrant people that America selects that they're allowed to give visas to? I mean, give a citizenship to, off of just how they think. And we're not just talking about Caucasians. We're talking about Mexicans. We're talking about Chinese, Japanese people. We're talking about even African black folks. They select these motherfuckers to come over here. I was just talking. Remember, I just was talking about the story about the black dude that from Nigeria that lives in Michigan. I think he's running for governor or some shit like that. And this motherfucker was talking about getting rid of Black History Month.
Oh man.
And you're an immigrant, dude. And listen, and not saying that he ain't got his citizenship, so that means that he American. I'm not saying that, but you are an immigrant.
He also said we don't deserve reparations.
Right.
And I'll speak on that real quick.
Go ahead. It's on you. Go ahead.
Okay, look. I personally don't care about reparations, but that's me. Okay. I don't like people owing me anything. I don't like owing them anything. I like to squash that, right? That's just me. But here's the thing about reparations. They act like we invented that and said, "Oh, you owe us that." That's not the truth. The ancestors of the white supremacists put that on there out of guilt for what they did, and they was trying to correct the situation. They put that there. They made that a law. They set that promise. And all we saying is, you said you was gonna do this, and you haven't done it yet. That's all we saying. But these folks they like to attack us with even that, the reparations. We don't owe you any reparations. Like we didn't say you did. You said that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Bamboozled.
like I said, I don't want to put every immigrant in that same category that everybody come over here and do that same shit. But we got a lot of fucking immigrants coming over here that's from African countries that's coming over here and trying to tell Black Americans how we supposed to conduct ourselves. And nigga, you don't have that right to do that. Morally, you don't, because like
As
I
always.
said, um, if you got a problem how Black Americans conducting themselves over here, why do you ain't fighting for your shit? Why you come over here?
Mm.
Why you ain't
Right.
fight for the rights of your people in your country over there? But you want to come over here and want to tell Black people how we gotta conduct ourselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Take your bitch ass back to where you come from and fight for your
And,
people.
and
And
you
you know
know,
what? And maybe how kind-hearted Black Americans are, we might ride for you. But go ahead, LT.
you know, excuse me, what Moses said, we've been bamboozled. You know, back in the days, a lot of people used to like John Wayne, and he was a racist.
Right.
You know, we've been a lot of black folks like the John Wayne. You know, we've been bamboozled with Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and the reason why a lot of black folks still like Bill Clinton because what he did in the White House got his, and he smoked weed and all that. Play the instrument with Bill. I think Bill Cosby. I don't know.
No, he just the thing about Bill. I think what people find it out about Bill. I don't think a lot of Black people got a problem with Bill Clinton like that. I think that I think what people starting to realize, people starting to get that third eye, and people start waking up about people like Bill Clinton. Is that um
Reality.
yeah, like he used us. He did a lot of stereotyping
Right.
of how he reached out to Black people.
I think I
And I think
remember
that's
when
what people are waking up to.
You mean virtue
right.
signaling?
Yeah,
I
virtual
think I
signals.
remember
Yeah.
I think I remember when Moses said he was upset that people voted for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
You said what? You said what, LT?
No, Moses last time he said he was upset that black folks in America voted for Biden.
He said they voted for Biden.
He's quoting me when I said that I was uh, disturbed that black people voted for Joe Biden. He's bringing that up.
Oh yeah. Well, listen. Well, I said the same shit. Like I was disturbed by it because it's the same old same old.
Yep.
Right.
Like Black people, all you got out of that was to get Trump out of office. That's it. You ain't getting nothing else.
You know, last year a lot of people were like the stimulus, a lot of it kind of made me laugh. A lot of black folks were saying, "Oh, the stimulus money's my reparations,"
That's
Oh,
that's because they ignorant niggas.
and I remember a few days ago a dude killed four of his family members over the stimulus.
If they think that the little $1,400 is reparations, then like I said, we got a lot more misconfused Negroes in this country.
Right.
most definitely.
Even my pop saying that shit, and I'm just laughing at him.
Look, tell me, is that stimulus packet, is that 4 acres and a mule?
Hell
Does
no.
that equal that?
Can you
Okay.
buy a business with $1,400? Hell no.
Now can you invest?
Can we
No, you can't
establish our
invest with no
own
$1,400. Not when you got bills.
reparations
Oh
was
yeah,
for us to reestablish our community, to have our own nation, to have our own state. That's what reparation was
yes,
for us to rebuild as a people and be a people.
exactly. Even our own
Stimulus
flag.
packet can't do that.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
now there's 100,000 times more black folks than it was back then. So they owe way more than that.
And that's why they
And
don't want to get reparations because it's a lot more black people now. And
and
so they feel
another thing, we
like,
supposed to have our
hold
own
up,
flag.
hold up, two things they feel. The reason they don't get reparations is too many black people. And then number two is that they feel like they going to be paying for it.
Oh yeah. Who else is gonna pay
So
for it?
they don't want to pay for it. That's the problem. You mind you, these are the same people that tell you government is too big. Only when they need help. You get what I'm saying? These are the
Right.
same people that tell you how we gonna pay, how we gonna get, how we gonna, why would I pay money to reparation for something I ain't do? But your state got fucked up, or you went through something. You want the government to help you. Think that only your government money helps your state? No, some of my money that I pay for the federal government as a black person help you get back on your feet, right? Listen, these people. Listen, I told you, we are amongst stupid people.
Yep.
They have no common sense, and they don't think like they got their talking points, so they only stick to that, so they stop thinking. There's no way possibly they can't understand that. Motherfucker, when you got a problem in your state, you think it's just only your federal government state taxes that you pay to the government come back to help you? No, it's mine as well to help you get back on your feet. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay to help out my fellow Americans, but you don't look at black people like your fellow Americans. That's
Exactly.
the issue.
It's like they're saying you're citizens of America, but then you're not. Is
Right.
that dithering
Only
you?
when we only when we want it to be. Listen, and I just wish they just said you hate black people. It is what it is. You think you're more superior than us. Let's be honest. At least I know where I stand. Stop pretending that you give a fuck about black people. You don't. This shit ain't complicated, man. Like I told you, people make other people's lives complicated. You ever seen somebody that sit in your face and tell you a bold-faced lie, right? And you know the truth, but you may be scared to say something, or you just used to not saying anything because of you being afraid. That's what I see that a lot of black people do.
Yeah.
They allow these white people to sit here, some of these white people to sit here and just straight up bold-faced lie to them when they say whatever they want to say, but their action shows differently. You can't keep telling me you care about black people when you tell me all lives matter. What's your point of even saying it? It was a reason why I said it.
What they doing with that line is they're taking They're robbing us of our significance and making us insignificant again. Because they're
Mm-hmm.
saying, well, if you're suddenly significant, black people, then everyone's significant. And so it falls right back to the same bull that we started with.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they do that. And then another thing is they're trying to paint us as black supremacists. Okay, fine. If okay, let's go with that. If that's a fact, we're all black supremacists. How are we superior? In what way? Because as far as I understand, in order to claim supremacy, you have to be on top.
Right.
And if we were on top, if we were supreme, we wouldn't sound like how we sounding right now, would we?
No. And we wouldn't be tolerating their bullshit.
Thank you. We just shut them up because we have the power.
Right.
We're not in the position to even say we're supreme. So that's
That's
just bull.
why. That's why when you hear cancel culture, it's the same thing of what Moses was saying. Just what he was just saying. Like, we don't have the power to cancel nobody. Number one, we don't have the reason to cancel anybody because we don't have the power to. Then number two, the reason that we can't cancel anybody because black people don't know how to stay on code. So we don't have that power or that privilege to do that. And like I told you, if black people was racist like you think we were, we would go out and kill a lot of white people. I keep telling y'all that. White people, you can stay afraid of black people all you want, but I'm telling you, if we had the power that you think that you keep pretending that we have and you scared of us and all that fuck shit, imagine if black people really had that power to go around and start killing you motherfuckers like your ancestors did us, did our ancestors.
But
That's
on top
power.
of that,
And hold on. What I mean, hold on. Let me say this. That's what I mean by power. By the government, it was okay to hang and kill black folks. Nobody got arrested. Nobody got arrested. The fuck out of here. So stop saying that black people is black supremacy. Because if we had it, you don't even know what you don't even know what supremacy is. Supremacy is a motherfucker we could kill you and get away with it. And until we start doing that, there's no such thing of black supremacy. There's no such thing of black people being racist. We don't have the power to do it. And then just not even just the power. It's not in us to do that. We don't want to, especially black Americans. I can't speak for other races of people other black people outside of this country. I only can speak for what's in. That's not in us to do that. Because we already understand how it feels to be oppressed. Like I told you, a lot of these police officers would have been dead by now if we was black supremacists. If Black Lives Matter was that big of a threat, a lot of police officers would be dead. So stop trying to act like we that much of a threat, because we ain't that much of a threat to you. You just don't like that. And like I said, this is the part of where Martin Luther King was powerful in this way. They was afraid of Martin Luther King because he wouldn't do violence. He out educated them, outsmarted them. I told them that your point of view, what you talking about, don't make any sense. He embarrassed them with the brain, and it fucked them up. That's what made them angry. That's why they angry at black folk. We outsmart them. We just not. They want us to get violence. That's their whole purpose of wanting us to get violent. So they say, see, look what they did to Black Lives Matter. 90-some% of Black Lives Matter, and I don't fuck with Black Lives Matter like that, but 95% of Black Lives Matter, and it's documented. 95% of Black Lives Matter was peaceful. It was just that few percentage of some black people that wasn't even a part of it just got out of control and started doing some crazy shit. Or was some white supremacists came in and started the shit. But you notice how they ignore that whole 90. They only focused on that whole 10%. But that's on purpose.
Yep.
Yeah, right. That's on purpose, Moses. It's on purpose to do that. So they can continue to run around with the stereotype about black people that we're dangerous. It's like with the police. You hate the police. But have you ever seen an interaction with a black person where a black person beat the shit out of a police? You rarely see that. Resisting arrest don't mean that I beat the fuck out the police. I'm resisting arrest. Get your hands off me. That is not a fight. A fight is when I punch you in your fucking face for putting your fucking hands on me. That's a fight. You fighting the police. Nigga, black people don't fight the police. A lot of black people are afraid of the police. Because that's what has been installed in black people. It's a cult-like mentality, slave-like mentality that we have, this fear that we have of black police officers. And you know it's so bad, nigga, when we see a black officer, nigga, black people get nervous. You would think if you seen a black officer, you would calm the fuck down a little bit. Your heart would stop beating so fast. That's not the case. Go ahead, Moses.
I was gonna say on top of all that about being black supremacists and so supposedly having power, which is none of that is true. But as black people, with the power we do actually have, we don't even use it. And
Right.
half the time we don't even know we have that kind of power. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
not gonna say what that power is. It's for, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe on some other time I'll mention it, but the
No,
power
that's
we
amongst
do actually have,
that type of shit is amongst our people that we need to talk about. But go ahead, you right.
exactly. The power we do actually have, we either not aware of it or we know we're aware of it, fully aware, and we're not even using it. That's
Mm-hmm.
saying something.
We're too afraid of it. Even way, if we do got the power, we still too afraid of it. If we do
That too.
acknowledge the power and we don't use it, that means we're still afraid to use it.
Exactly. Exactly.
The shit is sad. That's what I said. I'm not mad at white supremacists and white people like that. The white people that are racist. Y'all think a black person like me, mad at you? I'm not. I'm mad at my people for not. Just like what Moses said, we don't even use our power that we know we have, or we don't know we have. That's the sad part about it. That's what I'm angry about. I'm not angry at no white supremacist. Fuck, I'm angry about you when I know what you are. I told you, sometimes I can look at certain white folks and be like, yo, they got some type of bigotry or racism in them. They look it. They look the motherfucking character.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, Frank, what you want to say?
I mean, I'm the pretty militant type too. I mean, oh, like I have a few friends who are like I've done some activism work for uh, Antifa here in Pittsburgh. But you can say that I'm part of the group. Fine, I don't care. Government could come blow me up, because it was such a big threat. But and I practice kickboxing with them every week. And but as someone who's militant minded, it's like yeah, like with the rising Asian hate crimes going up, these same racist bastards try to pull that crap on me. It's like yeah, they're gonna they're instantly gonna get their day. Get what I mean? So, and and I'm not trying to call on like the black community to come to my rescue. Like I've had I've grown up trying to fend for myself my entire life. So it's like what am I going to scream? Why do I need to scream out for help for? But
First of all,
yeah,
black people don't have the
yeah,
responsibility to speak up for any other race.
yeah. I
We just
understand
don't,
that.
because we've been doing it for generations. And now that black people stop or got to this point that we're trying to stop that shit, all of a sudden now we anti-Semitic and we don't care about other races of people. Fuck out of here with that shit.
You
We
mean we
don't.
finally get on code?
Right, like when a lot of us
Yeah,
are starting to get on code and say, listen, we gotta look out for our people. Because listen, like I said, and I'm gonna make this very, very clear again. I said this before, but I'm gonna say it again so people can understand this shit. When Colin Kaepernick did what he did, you didn't see everybody running to Colin Kaepernick. Who ran to Colin Kaepernick? Black folks.
yeah,
We did that. We ran to him and supported him. Colin, we got you. We get it, brother. Then now, George Floyd happened. Then all of a sudden, everybody get it. Well,
yeah,
all the people all of a sudden now that get it, that's what Colin was talking about. Now you want to take knees and shit.
yeah. Well, they didn't pay attention before. That's the problem.
No. It didn't. It's not that they didn't pay attention. They seen it.
They didn't care.
They just didn't give
Yeah,
a
they didn't care.
fuck.
Yeah,
They didn't care till things started getting too out of hand, even for them. Then it's like, okay, we got to do something. But this has been going
yeah. The
on for
rioting and
hundreds of
stuff.
years.
George Floyd having all of a sudden, everybody got a fucking epiphany now. You got an epiphany now. Yeah, that was wrong. You thought, hold on, tell me, you thought about what happened to George Floyd was wrong. What about Tamir Rice? That was on camera too.
Yep.
Motherfucker, cops just jumped out and shot him in seconds. Didn't tell him freeze, none of that shit. They just jumped straight out the cop car and shot him. A child. But you see George Floyd, all of a sudden now, oh my God, it was 8 seconds of, oh my God. I can't believe it has happened. Man, listen, I appreciate I appreciate people that did get it. I'm not knocking that people, I'm not acknowledging and not respecting the people that did get it. I'm not shitting on those people, but listen to me. At the same time, listen, don't don't pretend that this shit just happened because of what you seeing. Maybe it may be epiphany to you, but black people been seeing this, and we've been telling you. And when we say, and when black people say we weren't about our people first, don't be so offended. That's all I'm saying. We've been watching our black people die. Listen, imagine what black people are dealing with. We're watching our our black people kill one another in the streets. That's a tragedy by itself. We're still trying to figure out and trying to get these niggas to understand that's not the way to go. We're dealing with that. That's a tragedy by itself. And then on the other opposite hand of that, they're killing unarmed black people. Uh, 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 Trey, Tamir Rice. He wasn't no criminal. He was a child playing with a BB gun. He didn't have a record. Because I know they like to use that. Well, he had a record. Well, his past behavior, it was to be a child. How was that okay? And see, this is why I tell people that I don't give a fuck about having conversations with stupid people.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing that you can teach me about what the fuck is what reality is. Listen, I'm the same dude. I don't know if you remember this, Frank, or LT, or even Moses. I was the same dude that came on this motherfucking opinion about facts, and I talked about the white kid in Arizona in that hotel room where that fucking cop murdered him. And I said the police are out of control. Not because they killed the white kid, but just look at this, look at the tape. How this motherfucker was down there daring him. He was telling him, I'm gonna kill you. He was telling him, I'm gonna kill you. Take a move. Do a move I don't like. Move that way. Move this way. And the white kid, he's so afraid of his fucking mind. And he wound up shooting and killing him. What happened? What happened, Moses? Nothing happened. Police got off.
That's how it always been too.
And then mind you, it was the same time Colin Kaepernick was talking about this same issue. We was trying to warn people. And white people, it's going to happen to you.
Yep.
I watched that shit.
That's what kills me.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I watched that shit that what happened to that young kid in Arizona that the police killed. That shit made me cry. I said, yo, that police officer was going to kill him, man. It was his whole purpose of killing him. He wanted to kill somebody that day.
Yeah. That's what gets me about all this, and this is why I'm like, I don't be on the color stuff. I'm just stick to the facts. But it, I'm gonna just go all the way back to the Bush administration when they're signing those Patriot Acts and stuff. They're like thinking, yeah, this is gonna work against the black people. This is gonna work against those terrorists, those N words, you know. And the first thing that happened was white folks were being home invaded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like you said, see, people need to get off this racial stuff because I'll be the first to tell you it has never been about race. That's old. That's old. People are still stuck on this racial stuff. That's like hundreds of years old. What's going on now is a power thing. It had nothing to do with your
Right.
race. What's going to happen is America's going to start enslaving people. And it ain't going to be just black. It's going to be anyone they decide they don't like. And that includes white people of certain categories.
That goes for
That's
all
why
races.
Joe Biden is in office right now, because they're planning it out. And people are still tripping on racial issues. Like
There's
that's
no way
amazing.
there's no way impossible that people are still tripping over race shit. And I always say that. Listen, Moses is right. I told you it's about power. Yeah, they use, and the both parties do this, but mainly the Republicans do this. They use uh race to divide the people.
Exactly. Keep you blind.
Right, from the actual issues. That's
Exactly.
all they do. When they keep pointing their finger at the border, it ain't no crisis at the border. It's no crisis. You think that all of a sudden these trail of motherfucking children coming from these foreign countries and at the border and they trying to seek asylum, that's something new? That's not new. They that shit been happening. Before Trump got in all, before Barack and all them. But all they did was make it a race issue to blind you from that. I keep saying this. I'm not a big fan of the Democrat Party, but at least they have plans to try to somehow, some way, do certain things to move towards the future a little bit. It may not be to my liking, but at least they have something. Explain to me how the Republican Party for 4 years and Trump told everybody they had something, they had a health care plan that's better than Obamacare. I need anybody to explain to me where's they plan. Have you heard of Republican health care plan yet? In
Nope.
4 years.
There isn't one. What they mean to say
No,
is they're gonna get rid of what already exists. They're
Right.
gonna get
But
rid of it.
with no plan. See, you get rid of a plan if you got a better plan.
Yeah.
They have no plan. You know why they don't have a plan? Because Obamacare was what the Republicans kind of wanted back in the day. That was a Romney plan.
Yeah.
What you have right now is actually a Republican plan mixed um with Democrats. Obamacare is that. That didn't come from Democrats. That plan, Obamacare, came from the fucking Republicans. Okay? And so when they say they had a better plan, how you have a better plan when Obama took your plan and actually made it a little better, just a little bit? So how you got a plan? So I need Republican people to stop telling me that you got your ideology and what you want for the country and want for the American people is better. Name your plan. Name what you gonna help. You cannot keep telling me, oh, religious rights and guns. Ain't nobody took no guns and ain't nobody took your religion away. It ain't even a policy that the Democrats are pushing to take away your religious rights or your guns. You can't name it. I'm sick of being part of a fucking country that lies to the people.
Yeah.
That's my issue. I'm tired of being lied to. And I'm tired of seeing people lie to other people in this country and motherfuckers fall for it. That's my issue. You can't keep telling me you got a better plan. Well, what is your plan? If the Democrats is doing everything wrong, tell me what you're going to do. You have nothing. What is the Republican Party plan? I need to know. If the Democrat shit is all fucked up like they say, what is their plan? Cancel culture? Dr. Seuss books? Or they get rid of Dr. Seuss books?
Oh, that's a smokescreen.
We supposed to be mad because we want to make women in the military and gay people in the military feel more comfortable being in the military. That's a policy? I don't give a fuck, nigga. I won't serve, so I'm okay with anybody else serving. Because I won't. Not for this fucked up country. But go ahead, LT. 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 Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah, we
hear
can hear
you.
you now.
With all that bullshit in the back, selling dope and flying dope in airplanes, we hear all that shit.
No, I
This
almost
nigga
went to
flying,
sleep.
dope, and when you hear all that shit in the background, he flying dope.
I was snoring. I almost went to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what
Flying
you were
dope
saying.
and shit in them planes, flying that dope around. We know what's going on. But
Yeah, what Moses was saying about the race thing, I agree with him because it's like it's kind of like us making an excuse so we won't like build our own communities and stuff. Like we just want to talk about we just want to like you know blame
LT,
Seem like you're getting disconnected or something.
that's LT and shit. I told you he's selling dope. This nigga got planes and shit. You hear in the background, this nigga got dope flying and shit, nigga. He fucking with the Cubans and shit. This nigga got dope flying around there. That's all you hear, airplanes and shit in the background. Little kids are talking about, nigga, hey, we ain't got that shit right here, mate. Good, LT.
yeah, like we just like y'all were saying, like we're too scared to be in power because we don't want to build and
I told you that nigga flying that dope out, man.
But he talking about
some
codependency now.
LT, all right, get your ass up out of here. You selling dope in the background, nigga. You ready to get everybody in trouble. I
He's
hit
talking
flying.
about that codependency.
Yeah,
That
it's
black folks are
codependency. Yeah,
so
he got codependency of selling that dope. That nigga, that shit go. That
the
nigga
reason
selling
why
that good.
the reason why folks are afraid to rebuild and all that is because they're so used to depending on the oppressor.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, if we do break away from the oppressor, then what? Where do we go from here? That's new. That's new to us. Like your mind go blank. It's like, what do we do now? You know what I mean? They're scared of that. That's all it is. I even did a video on that very fact. I just put it up too, just yesterday.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, that's all it is, man. Like black folks have not been independent for what seemed like forever. So we had the chance to be independent. It's like, okay, where do we start? Where do we go from here, man?
Because you don't know
Everyone's
how
scared of that.
black people don't know how to. Black people don't know how to be independent. But go ahead, Frank. I'm gonna let you get your last words off before we get up out of here. Go ahead, Frank.
Well, like I think if we're talking about like what if we break our codependency on the oppressor? I think that's like really like everyone in general because we're all codependent on like the system that we live under. Like like just going to work and just making the money and just buying food to survive. But then
Yeah,
a lot of people, at least in this country, that's all we've been trained to do, and nothing else. And but someone who's been able to think outside the box, like I don't know, maybe go back to the tribal lifestyle like the Native Americans used to live without all this industrial stuff that we're surrounded by. I mean, that could be a way to, I guess, survive without the system that we live under. But I mean, we can't depend on. There's going to come a time where we're not going to be able to depend on the system forever. I mean, like systems or like empires or like ruling powers, like they collapse or they
exactly.
self-destruct themselves at one point or another. Right? Like not like I mean, history shows like none of them ever last. Like they come and go.
Yep.
Well, the system already has been broken
Hmm.
Yep.
in
It
America.
has.
It already has. Mr. Farrakhan tried to warn us about this shit. And I ain't just talking about black folks. He tried to warn all people. He warned us about people like Trump. The Trump didn't. He wasn't the person that actually did it. You know what I mean? But he just he was just a symptom of it.
Yeah.
He was just in a place at the time to do it. And so like the shit was crumbling anyway because like I said,
Yeah.
when listen, I need people to understand this. When when the Republicans passed that tax bill for the rich,
Yeah.
that was the end of democracy.
Mhm.
Let me tell you why. Because there was no reason for them to give rich people more money. There was no reason
Well,
for it.
there was a
Because
reason, but it ain't a good one.
no. But no, I understand the reason why they did it.
Okay, I see.
I'm just saying it was no reason for it to happen. There was no reason for that to happen because the American people, the regular folks, just bailed them out 10 years ago.
That's when it started falling apart. 2008.
No. When we bailed them out, it was fucked up. We shouldn't have did it, but Barack did it. Okay, he had a plan. His plan succeeded. He understood it. He got it, but he actually helped the country financially wise,
Yeah,
right? He got the country back on track. When Trump got in office and they passed that tax cut for the rich, that destroyed everything.
Mm.
And it was sooner or later that the Republicans was going to fuck this up. No matter if it was Trump or not. Sooner or later, they'd have fucked it up. They
yeah,
would have fucked it up. Maybe what they just did with the virus, right? So it's easy for people to be like, oh, well, it came from China. Try to blame China. No, you fucked it up when it got here. You did nothing about it, and you lied about it. So, but that's their whole notion now. They want to keep blaming China, but they don't want to blame Trump for not handling the pandemic right. And that fucked the
exactly,
economy up.
exactly.
So, if Trump didn't do that to fuck it up, which I told people, if he didn't fuck this pandemic up, he would have got reelected.
Yeah,
He'd have been still in office because there was nothing that Joe Biden can offer us.
yeah,
It's no different. You got Joe Biden there, he did nothing. He's doing nothing. All thing he's doing is just handling the pandemic the right way. But anybody with common sense would know how to handle that,
yeah,
right?
Mhm.
What fucked it up was that Trump, if Trump would have got in office, he would have did the same thing what Republicans always do, and then the Democrats would have fell right behind it. Because that's what happened almost 20 years ago. He'd have started another war with Iran. He would have did that. And I'm gonna tell you why he would have did it. Because nigga, he ain't got nothing to lose. He ain't got to fight to try to be president again. You get what I'm saying? He don't give a fuck about nothing. Trump would have started that war just because he could. And people was probably putting money in his will put money in his pocket just to do it. They probably told Trump, even though you can't run no more, but we gonna make sure we put money in your pocket, have shit in the savings for your daughter and your son to run. That's why Trump would have did it. It's about money. He'd have fucked this economy up just off of a war. But he was so stupid that he used a pandemic to fuck the country up. The country bad, dude. And what I mean by that is people are scared to even though they got the vaccine, people don't want to take it. And I'm not just talking about Republicans. I'm talking about Democrats too. Because Trump discredited the scientists that's in the fucking government. So much that people like, man, I ain't believing in that shit, especially black folks. Listen, he fucked this shit up in 4 years. And listen, it was no way impossible he should have fucked this up. It's no way. Listen, Trump could have got the economy. Listen, could have been out of commission for about 6 months. Trump could have got shit started back rolling again after 6 months. And enough good time for him in the last leg of the election, maybe around like August or September or something. He could have been opening shit back up and getting shit back up running good, had an economy popping. But he fucked it up because of his ego, and he ain't that fucking bright. He lost the election. You can blame the Democrats, you can blame voter fraud or whatever you want. He fucked that up. There's no way Joe Biden should have beat him. And I didn't lie to you, deep down inside of me, I was hoping that Trump beat him. Because I wanted to make it like if Biden would have lost, I wanted to make it clear to the Democrats. Stop putting these fuck people to run to push them to run for president when they ain't good enough. Joe Biden ain't good enough, nigga. He's bullshit. He's worse. Actually, he's worse than Trump because we know what he gonna do. But go ahead, Moses. I'll let you get the last word. We're gonna get out of here.
It's all good, man. I said what I needed to say.
You got anything else, Frank? Say before we get out of here?
No, that's about it.
Listen, I appreciate everybody being in the building, man. Uh, to let everybody know, push it on y'all social medias or whatever. That me and my wife we gonna do the challenge on this channel. Because we having issues of creating this channel. I don't know what the fuck going on. Like even now, like I'm trying to like now I got my intros and shit that I like to do on here. Shit is not happening. I don't know what the fuck going on with that. So we're gonna do the challenge on here Saturday. So make sure y'all push this shit for Saturday. Put it out there that OBF is doing the challenge or whatever, or Mika and Kenny channel. So we're gonna do this. So make sure y'all tune in for that Saturday. All right. So I appreciate y'all, brothers. I got nothing but love for y'all, man. I'm up out of here, man.
Thanks for having
Hey,
us.
man.
No problem, bro.
Peace out.
Peace out.